Hello. It's time to automat. What? I just ended up doing the same thing for so many days straight that I just I can't come up with different words anymore. So still getting auto exposure put in. I stopped yesterday, just essentially copying this code over from the right side to the left side. So that's where I'm at right now. So right, this does actually have to be out front though. That has to be out here. Because the idea is that I might do this for 2 views at once, and I don't have the buffers for that. So they have to share, or rather, they have to take turns. So I moved that out there so I can add a barrier in the compute list between executions. So just do it real quick. If view is not 0, so this is good old comput list. Or sorry, that's not how this works. We'll add a barrier. So the previous view will definitely finish before this one starts. And then now I will essentially have this for loop here. I think I've just named it buffers. Okay. I'm just literally gonna copy this straight through. If I is 0, we're doing our read texture. So I suppose I probably need I don't like putting stuff inside loops like that. Shader would be read shader. And then pipeline. Well, I say read shader. I think this is actually supposed to be pipeline. Hey, Denelin, look at him again. I think this is meant to be pipeline, not shader. I don't know why they call it a shader. Bind compute pipeline. Yeah. Oh, also, this is the same name as something else. So let's just call it compute pipeline. Oh man. And then I guess I'd just say bind uniform set. Why do I have shader here? This is really weird. How they write this. Yeah, I don't know why they do that, actually. Oh, compute list. I just don't have enough room for this to see what I'm writing here. Maybe this is better. There's so much stuff around this thing. My code is like, I only get like a third or less of this whole area that I have. Is there a way to just like... I mean, that's maybe a little bit helpful. Maybe. There we go. It fixed. All right. I was going to say there's no way I'm going to have to look at that. It is dying. Oh, I see what's going on. That sucks. This is like running separately from Godot, so when Godot's not on the screen, it dies. Well, what's the point of this? How do I go back? Just close it. I wonder if there's anything that I can do to reduce that. Yeah, I guess not. Alright, well, I'm just gonna struggle, I guess. Source texture. Source texture is source texture, which is just the color layer. Right? That makes sense. I don't remember how to make uniform sets. Uniform type sampler with texture. This is like set, the set number, and then this is... Wait, what? What's the sky texture? Sky... What? Oh, this is... I can't close that because it's hidden. This is... I'm not even sure why I'm trying to open it there because I can't see it there. Atmosphere. What does it mean to have two IDs here? Add ID. Sampler. What's the sampler? The sampler is... Sampler creates sampler state. I'm not actually doing that. Never mind. I don't need that, right? Because I'm not sampling, I'm just getting the individual pixel values. Right? This is crazy to me. I don't understand why they have such a simple thing and I have to write all of this. I have to write so much stuff to create a uniform. And they only have to write that. No, I guess they like made the uniform early. That's probably what they did. Uniform. Oh, they do make it there. Right. That's what I thought. I was gonna say for a second, I thought you had to make a uniform every single time. You can't reuse them. You have to make a new one. They do make a sampler, actually. Never mind. Alright, if I could just open my eyes and read. So this would be a lot better. So default sampler. Sampler get default filter linear. Do you really have to? I feel like you don't have to. If you're reading individual pixels, you shouldn't have to do this. Oh well. So I just need, so I can just reuse the same sampler. That's just a description for the sampler. Alright, so I guess I do that. I guess I will add a sampler. Do I have to free that sampler? Yes. Okay, and then I have to create it. And they just make canvas item texture. Interesting. I guess I'm just gonna do what they do. I'm not sure why they use a canvas item. I guess these are just flags. Or not. That's probably the filter repeat disabled. Default 2. Clamp to edge. What if I don't want that on? Wait, what? Sample with the repeating disabled. Returns the specified border color. Yeah, I guess I just... Actually, yeah, 2 is fine. That sounds correct to me. What's the default for the border color, though? Because if it's black, I can use that. That's fine, too. Oh, no. Border color 2. Opaque black. I mean, I just leave it how it is. Right. So the default is 0, which is nearest. I guess I will do linear. Sure. Linear. Linear, that's all I should really do. Yeah, that's probably all I should do. All right. They bind this, and then the image I'm binding is uniform. I need uniform. Uniform set. I have to make the uniform set. What? This stuff is all just super tedious. That doesn't make any sense. So, you have to apply the sampler and then the texture. Sampler with texture. Binding. Ooh, that matters. I'm just using the same bindings that they use. So they have set 0, 0, 1, and 2. Which, like I said, I'm just using the same thing that they're doing, so I should just be able to copy their values. I think that's... no, this is... 0, 2, 1... Wait, what's with 2 and... Binding, when I say bind, do I have to also tell it? Again? Why? Set. Oh, it's never mind. So it's set is what you give, and then binding is the second number. Binding is set here. But why do they provide binding 2? Is that what that means? Get cache. Oh, it is a set. Okay. Interesting, I guess. Uniform type, binding, and then add IDs. All right. Up here. 0. Type? Uniform type. This is a uniform sampler with texture. And then the IDs. So I add the sampler first. Then I add the input image. Right. This gets me an RID. Okay, then I guess I can just bind it right away. With the... Oh my gosh. Compute list. Set uniform cache, get cache, shader. I do need this shader. Okay, this is the read shader, and then the set is going to be at 0. Screen texture, an array, screen texture, and then we're at 0. The amplification number of lines that I have to write is crazy. That is 4 lines there, and it is 7 lines for me. Can I really not instance with new? Why don't they have that? Why can't they just hit new and then type everything in right away? Why do they make me do this? This could be 1 line. It is 1 line for them. This could be 1 line for me. Can I really not? I do new? No. That sucks. Otherwise, they do a barrier. They do a barrier, and then they check if we're on the last one and not p set. And not p set. Parameter set. Bool. Parameter set. So those have to be true to write it back. Why would you... Set immediate. Set immediate is auto exposure does not equal auto exposure version. Oh. Set immediate. So when they're the same, set immediate would be true if we're on the same auto exposure version. But we only do this with set immediate as false. That's a bit weird, I think. Why would you not set it if they're different versions? Too many nots there. Set immediate is if the versions are not the same, but then we don't set. We only set if we say don't set. What does that mean? If we're on the last one, and also, why do they check for this Boolean last? Why wouldn't they check for this first? I mean, because this is kind of like... I mean, I guess it's a trivial check, but I think you would always put booleans first before you run any code. Okay, well, I'm just going to assume that we're always going to do this on the last one. Reduce right. Okay, well, what does that actually mean? What does right mean? Because when I have a right luminance, yeah. Previous that just seems odd. If right luminance, we get the previous value so that we can do an adjustment over time. Times exposure adjust. This is the time step. So I take the previous value and move it towards average with this time step. So I always want to do that on my last run. I definitely do. I don't think I'm ever going to need a reason to not set this. That just seems really strange. Because I would ask the question, why would you even do any of this if... Why would you do any of this? Why would you? Why would you do any of this stuff if you're not going to set it? It's like, yeah, do all the code, but run the whole shader, but I don't want the result from it. And it's even weirder because this is almost always gonna evaluate the false. Set immediate comes in as the auto exposure versions being different. So if they're not different, which means it's the same version, this comes in as true, this evaluates to false, so we don't run this. Why do they do that? I don't know why. I don't know why they would do that. I guess maybe they perform their... No, that just doesn't make any sense. I don't know. That's weird. Okay, well, if we're on the last one... I'll even start leaving notes for myself so I know what's really going on. Maybe it is like almost always true, I don't know. Wait, oh, no. Yeah, like I said, too many negations. I think I understood that wrong. Set immediate is coming in as false most of the time. Set immediate is coming in as false. Yeah, set immediate is always coming in as false. Almost always coming in as false. Also, they say reduce... This is really poorly named. I'm actually going to change this. This should be interpolate luminance. And I'm not going to call it right. Yeah. Yeah, this is really, really badly named. Yeah, I know there's a problem. You're always writing it. It's just whether or not you're going to interpolate. Okay. That's a way better name. And this isn't really a function that I get to call, whether or not it's going to interpolate. So I'm just going to just say interpolate. I'm just always going to interpolate. That'll be something I have to figure out later. I guess I could probably pass it. Because this is a question they ask. Oh my god. So much yawning. Yeah. RB, I think, is... RB. Oh, get auto exposure version right there. RB. What's RB? Render scene buffers. Do I get this actually? I didn't make a method to get myself these values. Oh, that sucks. Okay. I couldn't click it because it was off. There. Surely they don't give this to me. Yeah, of course they wouldn't. Okay. Well, I don't have that. Oh well. It would be before glow. There it is. I didn't even need to look at that. I'm not looking at that. I'm looking here. So the last one, we're using the interpolate shader. And when we need the current value. Yes, current value. Pipe is gonna be a sampler with texture, of course. They put it on 0. Or set 2, binding 0. Do I really not need a different sampler for every one of these? Interesting. Yeah, just current. Right shader not declared. Ooh. Interpolate. Yeah, interpolate pipeline. I add this, and then I would binding the pipeline. We're doing the interpolates pipeline. Get cache for interpolate shader. Set 2 current luminance. Set 2. Okay, and this one. Wait, they do have shaders saved here. Do they actually read that? Oh, they do. Well, okay. I guess I need shader. Yeah, and then otherwise I just don't set anything there. Hey, Alchemy. Just shader, I think. How are you doing? Bind pipeline. That's it. What is this, Insanity? Yeah, I'm just copying over Godot's auto exposure so I can do it myself with my own shader. Right, and then it needs this one. I guess I'll just keep the names. Just a matter of copying it, pretty much. Almost exactly, in fact, even like the names are the same. You know, compute list, bind, uniform set. It's the same function name here. The only thing that kind of sucks is where they have one line for this, I have to write 5. It's a bit annoying. See, they define their uniform in one line and I have to take it. It takes 5 for me. They just call this an image. Cool. And then this is the buffer. Previous one. Think you're gonna get much of a performance hit? I shouldn't. Like prepping stuff for CPU or prepping stuff on the CPU for shaders is usually like really fast. Like probably like 10,000 frames per second fast. So this should really do nothing. The only performance hit will be that it's interpreting the code, which maybe is a bit slower. I mean, they actually do compile it. They do compile this at runtime. So it's a little bit faster. It's not quite as slow as interpreting. But this is all like nothing. Like compared to the actual shader, the shader is gonna take longer to run than the code that I'm writing here to run the shader. So it should be nothing. This is where I would set, no. This is where I need to read compute shader. That's it. Yeah, compute shader. This is the 0 set with source texture 0. Draw list. Wait. It's supposed to be compute list. I sure haven't made that mistake anywhere else. And old stuff. This is kind of weird to me. How is it? Oh, because this is 0 and then this is an else statement. That's right. Because here I'm using the read. Why don't they just... Well, I guess the read only... This is the only thing that read takes, so I guess that's fine. And then this one is the reduce and write. Yeah, if we are reading 0, if we're not reading, it's this one, and then this is always provided, and then this one may be provided. Okay, that'll make sense. I don't know why I'm questioning if they've implemented their own thing correctly, but I am. So now all the way at the bottom, I'm using my current buffer. One day I'm going to learn how to type on this keyboard. Type is just an image. And then this would just be the current buffer. Yeah. Set 1. Reduce texture. It's been ages sorting out bit masking so I could have a really compact packed byte array containing my generated data. Those 6 bits. Oh. Yeah. I mean, I would say, like, in the meantime, before you're certain that you're never going to change it again, I'm pretty sure packed byte array they have, like, a compress thing, right? Packed byte array. Yeah, well, it's probably not going to show it to me. Compress. I mean, I've seen this, I have no idea. I mean, okay, it's probably good. I mean, I guess it depends on if you're saving it or you're reading it. If you're saving it, sure. If you're reading it, then maybe you don't want to do that. Because then you just have to uncompress it every time. 32-bit array or a double byte? I feel like what I've seen with most compression stuff, especially for things that are networked, they never get down to individual bits. They use individual bits, but they always will like reserve a byte, and then they can fill up that byte, and then when they need another byte, they just add another byte. They don't try getting like a value they don't try having 2 bytes containing like 3 bytes worth of data, I guess. They'll just keep adding a new byte every time they need more. I guess that's the case where the standard is not complete, so you know you're always going to probably add more stuff in the future, so you just give yourself the ability to add more. Do set push constant. Packed byte array. This is already like that. Easy there. Because at this point it might just be worth having the extra bandwidth for the sake of convenience later. I mean, yeah, I don't know exactly how you're using it, but that's probably how I would start. I would just keep adding on bytes as you need them until you know you're done with it. And then if it's needed to compress it further, then figure that out. I feel like there's probably some way that you can even kind of abstract that out so it will stay small the whole time. You might just say like, all right, I need 2 bits, I need 3 bits, I need 5 bits here, and then you just keep adding that on, and then some system could just automatically compress that down. So those are all contained in one byte. And then it would be trivial to just use more when you need it. Dispatch? Why do they say dispatch threads? I just call it dispatch. Groups 1. Yeah. This would be size X, size Y. And push constant source size. That does feel a bit weird. That feels really weird, actually. From the... That's really weird, but that's how they do it, so I'm just gonna go with that. I will leave a note for myself. I enjoyed the low-level stuff, looking at Rust and C++ more this week. But for finishing a decent non-toy game, I need the extra tools you're getting in Godot. Yeah. I was working on writing, like, an application framework in C++. And then I was like, well, if I want to make a game, it's going to take me actually years before I'm even able to start. So, yeah. I'm just gonna use Godot. Push constants. Yeah, okay. It's a time investment for sure, yep. Then at the end of everything, they end it. So that's what I do too. Except I end way down here because I might have multiple views. This is really strange. Now that I'm seeing this again, this is really weird. When you call compute list begin, they give you an ID that you have to pass to every call to RD. But then when you end, you don't have to tell it which list you're ending. Which means it must know which list you are in as you're writing these. So why do I have to pass the compute list if it already knows? That's weird. Why do they do that? That's absolutely strange. Yeah. Because my thinking here is, all right, well, this allows you to set up like, you know, any number of compute lists all in one go. And then end them at any time so that they dispatch. But weird. Also, did I figure out if this line is necessary? That needs to be figured out. I'll even make it a to-do. Compute list begin doesn't take arguments either. Well, I guess that's fine. Because they, like I said, they give you the ID of your list. But it's mostly weird that this one doesn't take your list that you're ending, but every command that you pass has to accept the ID that you were given. Compute list begin makes sense. And then at the end, I would call swap. Well, I mean, they do it kind of weird. I don't know. I think it's just like literally the last one. Yeah. No. Wrong way. Do I actually... Did they give me? No. Of course, why would they? Right. Okay. That should be all of it. That should actually literally be the whole thing implemented. So I will see what the result of this is. Do I end up with a very bright screen? Do I end up with a very dark screen? Do I end up with something that is good? So, first of all, I need to turn off auto exposure here. Ooh, wait, this is actually... I guess I need to assign this. No. Wait a second. How do I turn it off? How do I turn it off in the engine but leave these values here for me to mess with? I didn't think of that. That's really unfortunate. That is really unfortunate. I would have to... Dang. Okay, I gotta figure this out. Because the issue is it kind of would be fine because I can uncheck this box and these all go away. But the value is still saved. So it's still on the resource file. So if I turn it back on, they're back, right? But I believe this means that when it's running and I'm getting the values in my... I mean, let me just throw it in here and see if that even works. Yeah. So it's definitely not doing anything. Also, I feel like my code is not running. Turn off encode is to disable the export values. It shouldn't. But the issue is that these... Oh, maybe it's actually... Maybe it actually is fine. Maybe it actually is fine. But of course, mine seems to not be working. I just have to... I probably just need to reload. Nothing. Right. Because... Do I... I don't check that, actually. No, I don't check that. Am I getting my values? I've forgotten. What do I do? Because this definitely should be running. I get this and I just treat it as auto exposure. But the issue is that these are no longer set, I think. I don't think I can just put a breakpoint on here, but I'll try. Because I feel like it's not gonna... Cannot call getText on a null value? Well, I wish I would have been told that when I ran the first time instead of now. Okay, so it definitely wasn't running. Shader post-process. Retry. Alright, so now I'm gonna... It's still technically running this, I think, so... This should break immediately. Yeah, I can't break in there. Check errors in source bytecode. Well, I guess if I have a bunch of bugs, then it doesn't matter if I get stuff or not. So what's wrong here? I'm guessing I just have a name that I changed that... Block size. This is now just size. I didn't change any of those to size. Let me just try running it again and see if those errors pop up. Error occurred, okay. Fine. How do I get my errors? I don't need that. Alright. What's my errors now? Invalid directive. Zero, one, invalid directive. What do you mean? Invalid directive on line 0? What does that mean? I just copied that. Invalid directive $sign. Or not $sign. Okay, fine. Print the whole thing. Do I not need... Am I not supposed to use... No, surely not. I don't have to use that. Well, I would kind of like to use that. Can I just say source? I actually have to tell it. Okay, fine. Whatever. Just delete that line. And that breakpoint wouldn't even work. Oh, it did work. Source size. Okay. Finally getting somewhere. Source size. Who tries to read that? I'll just put these here and then add a breakpoint on every line. Until they're all worked out. Cannot convert from global high P to component vector of uint to vector of int. 87. Oh, line 87. So param size comes in as u, yeah. I think that's probably what I should do. Write it that way. No breaks. Oh. Oh my god. Stop. 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 Does not support usage as storage image. Really? Source text is null. Really? But that's what... Okay. But that's what they wrote. Oh. Why? Why do I have to go up to... I even remember this was already a thing. Why does this one just not support it? Could I get like a list of things that support sampling? Storage. Alright, surely this is going to tell me who I can use with this. Storage image loads are supported in all shader states for imageries whose format features contain storage image bit, which are why is it sending me here? This is storage image bit. Is it that I just don't know? That is an insane thing. VK format features sampled image YCBRC or YCBCR conversion chroma reconstruction explicit forcible bit. Dude. So how do I find out? Which image formats support storage? I would love to have one that I don't use the A channel. Oh, okay. I want to download something. Vulkan hardware capability. The database can be accessed here. This is all I need. I am running a 1080. Wait, what? NVIDIA? Doesn't matter. Formats. That's storage image. I need storage image. Is there anything here that does not have alpha? 10 10 green, 11 10 blue, 11 green, 11 red. D. What is D? And why do they just skip the blue channel? This is strange. You either have to have alpha, you can use this one, or these two. But if you don't want alpha, you have to take off blue. So you can get 8 bits? No, that's alpha. Yeah, I guess it's just that they need their numbers to be round, and that's all I can actually get. Really? I don't want the alpha channel. I just don't, and I really do want to have high precision. But I need signed float. I do need a signed float. I guess I just don't get that privilege. I have to go for... I have to include alpha. Okay, sure. I mean, what I can do... No, I can't do that. I was gonna say if I wanted to get really into it, I could use like this and then split this off so I have like roughly 16 bits or whatever for each value. Or I guess like 24 bits would probably be what this is. What is that? $21 bits per value. It matters as far as like texture memory size, which I guess if I think about it, I'm only doing 1/8 of the screen size every time. So I guess it's fine. I don't like it. Because I'm just not going to use the alpha channel at all. And in fact, initially I'm just using... I'm just using... Oh, my tone map has to read this. So actually, auto exposure is going to do nothing to start. Or exposure is going to do nothing to start. It's just that I'm not using it, so I don't want it. But that's not how it works. Okay, stop. That's insane. Parameter shader is null. This fails? Or are those old errors? Condition bytecode is empty is true. What do you mean? Alright, I'm just gonna, like, walk through this piece by piece. Alright, no errors. No errors. No errors. Two errors. On shader stage compute uniform screen. Trying to reuse location with different uniform type. Bytecode is empty is true. Trying to reuse location set 0 binding 0 with different uniform type. Well, yes. Did I possibly make a mistake when I was copying this? Oh, I guess I did. I'm not supposed to have that there. Cool, no errors. And yeah, the thing about this breakpoint down here is it just doesn't actually do anything. It's really funny. Guess I just hit run now and see if the shader's tracking or not. There's no game? Oh, there's the game. Okay. 2,000 errors. This shader pipeline requires a push constant to be set before drawing, but is not present. The compute pipeline requires 48 bytes of push constant data. 32 supplied. No, I don't think so. Unless I mess this up. Oh, yeah, I can't count. That's not 8. So I just have a vec2 here. 24 to 32. Or actually, is that just 1? Because I end at 24, so 24, yeah, I just have 1. Reserved. Yeah, dude, this is graphics programming. Thousands of errors. Alright, cool. No problems. So... I guess... auto exposure now needs a way that I can grab these values. I guess I can already grab the values. I guess what I can do is when I run setup buffers, I could just set current when I'm done here. I can just set current as a global shader parameter. Global shader parameter, add, set. Not exposure. I guess I can just call it exposure buffer with current. And then this is a sampler 2D. Did I call it exposure buffer or auto exposure buffer? Exposure buffer. Okay, so that will set that whenever we set stuff. And then over in tone map, or I guess this, it would read, it would take a, how do they do this? Render scene render. So we computer auto exposure buffer. There's glow effect. Tone map. Exposure texture. Get current luminance buffer. Okay. So tone map has to run at some point. Tone mapper. Whoops. Surely somewhere here. Crazy. Exposure texture. Uniform sampler with texture. I guess I would just always pass that, and then if the value comes back... That's actually weird, I don't know. Because, okay, so kind of an issue is that exposure is still happening. Wait. So tone map actually does have final say in what the image looks like. So when I get the value here, okay, there's actually no exposure value set at all. Was I wrong about making this a custom thing? I mean, no, right? I needed to make it a custom thing, but now I'm struggling to figure out how to kind of turn off everything that they do. Where does exposure actually happen? How much you get to auto exposure scale? I think it's in tone map, right? Tone map does this. Feels like something you should be able to do in engine as is, but that's not based on anything but Godot instinct. I mean, yeah, I am. But the first thing I started with was just going in and saying, let me just change their auto exposure shader. And then I thought, well, they actually allow me to make compositor stuff, so let me just make the auto exposure my own compositor thing. And now I'm realizing that I'm still pulling data from resources that the rendering server manages, which it also reads to know if it needs to do exposure. I mean, I guess for now it's fine, because I think I am reading in. I think I'm reading in the values correctly, because this looks how I would want it to look. Very, very dark. Before auto exposure happens. It was mostly these lines. These lines, you can't do this in Godot. They don't give you these functions for some reason. They have the setter. You can set every single one of these values, but you can't retrieve them. Which is extra silly considering they let you get the camera attributes being rendered for the current scene. Or for the current viewport. This, I didn't have to add this. They just give you this. But then they don't actually give you any way to retrieve information from these camera attributes like they do in their own code. I had to go add these functions. But now I just kind of realized I don't actually know how they apply this. Tone map sets... Okay, tone map sets the exposure texture. So I need to find... I need to get their shader. Which I don't even know why tone map has a vertex shader. I don't know what the point of that is. So they take in source auto exposure. Source auto exposure. Is this it? Yeah, this is the only place that's used. Main. Where do they run apply tone mapping? There it is. So they do this before they have exposure. Color RGB times exposure. I will be back quickly. Dog needs to go outside. I'm back. Can't you grab the min and max values from the docs? Min? Yep. Exposure value. What's the auto exposure we'll aim to adjust to? Yeah, if that's about how I retrieve the values, the retrieval of those values is based on essentially the screen that I'm currently, or the view that I'm rendering to, which the camera values can change. So to make my compositor effect useful to, or I guess, I mean useful as well, but also just to like support being placed on like different viewports, it needs to be able to pull whatever the current camera values are set to. Really? They just, okay. So, they pretty much get the value, and then they do this, which is, which also comes from there. So I guess I can add these to parameters. Add these two parameters. They have exposure, scale, and also I'm copying from two different VIMs. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. So I got a float here. So if I want to add more, I need more floats. What do they call them? It's probably a good idea to use their names. Exposure, scale, and exposure multiplier. Wait, luminance multiplier. Exposure scale is... Oh, I think I remember looking at this. I think luminance multiplier is 1 for everything, and then it's 2 for mobile rendering. Okay, so I don't need that. I actually only needed the one float then. Cool, so I don't need to... Alright. Cool. So then I am going to need this. I may as well just... What is this? RGBA 6? It's actually 32. Should I put on a different set? It's probably a good idea to. I don't know. I don't know what the point of doing different sets and things like that are, besides just organization. This should be... Is it an image? Sampler? Sampler 2D. Yeah, they use different sets all over the place. I guess set is like, what's the point of these? And if there's two things that you need from, like, glow, you need two different... You need two stuff, two things. Sure. Just call it auto exposure. So then, before I read that, I multiply this by... what do I do? Yeah, I would take the luminance multiplier, which I'm pretty sure I looked at is always 1 for everything but mobile, which is 2. And then I just take the color, just literally sampled from the screen, and multiply it by 1 over. Multiply it by 1 over that value? Interesting. Color RGB times 1 over text will fetch 0, which I'm actually going to use. I mean, I guess I'm actually not. I am just bringing it down to 1 pixel, so this will be the same thing. Text will fetch 0, but I would get an RGB value multiplied by, or just divided. Yeah, just divided by the scale. This is a lot of kind of odd math. 1 over this combined. This value divided by the exposure scale. That seems weird. It seems like this division, this 1 over here, is just to make exposure scale multiply out the front. Isn't that what this means? That's literally what this means. Why do they write it that way? I'm just going to verify graphically that this is the case. Flashbang. Right? I'm pretty sure. How do I reset the viewport? If I do like a equals 2, 1 over x over a is the same thing as writing a over x. Yeah, I mean, come on, like what? This is such a weird way to do it. This is so strange. Why would they do that? That is actually really weird. They don't need, they can take out a division. I mean, they don't take out a division. They just move this over here. The way the equation is derived. I mean, this is a constant value. I mean, I guess if you're like, you know, you're getting there, but then you're like, okay, well, let's simplify this. Because you just know this is 1. All right. Yeah, this 1 over thing was just confusing me the whole time because I was thinking like, you want to multiply by this value. You don't want to divide by this value. And then this extra division at the end, I was like, well, you actually want to multiply by this value. A little weird. A little bit weird. So I guess I can just take exposure would be yeah, because you just want to multiply by this. Wait. You want to multiply by this? The scale? Because the scale is essentially like how much of it are you using? All right, wait, I need to understand why it's this way. So the auto exposure is essentially just a multiplier to the values. Oh, okay, I might understand it. I guess the idea is that as exposure goes up, you want to reduce the color value. That makes sense. Okay, now I understand. And as the brightness goes down, you want to increase the value. That's why it's like the opposite. Okay. So this would be sparims. Is it like that? Yeah. And I call it auto exposure. It's IVEC too. Wait a second. Okay, no. Oh, and not multiplied, divided. And then I would just do multiplied by exposure. I wonder if I could actually just... I mean, no, I don't need to. This just kind of feels like a weird way to write it. No, never mind. This feels better. This seems alright. I was just thinking you want to divide here, but this one's... yeah. Nothing. Exposure is exposure scale over that value, and I would just have to always pass this value. Problem though, if this is 0, what does this do when it's 0? Because it has to do something. Actually, I'm curious. What does divide by 0 do? Treatment of conditions such as divided by 0 may lead to unspecified result. Gives undefined results. Any invalid... Okay, so I just get 0 back. Is what they say. Wait. Any denormalized value input into the shader or potentially generated by it. I mean, this is what that... Wait, this is what that means, right? Dividing by 0 results in the appropriately signed infinite. And then they say an infinite value becomes 0? They say denormalize. I assume that means infinite. Alright, so if this exposure comes out to 0, then I end up with a blank screen. Okay. Let me say... Can I... Wait, they say I can check. Generic D-type is infinite. Wait, divided by 0 gives me... They say it's infinite. So I can check if it's infinite, and then if it's infinite... Wait, if it's infinite and I multiply by it, then I just get infinites, which turn to 0. I want to make this work so that if it doesn't do anything, I don't get a black screen. So I could say multiply by exposure returns true. True, I guess I could do, I don't know if this is like a real shader tactic, but so I'm just gonna call mix exposure with 1 and then is infinite exposure. Is that what I would write? Because then if it's infinite, then we get 1, so we just don't change the value. Alright, so now I gotta give it the stuff. So post-process effect. sorry, tone map. Let's make a new one. So actually, you know what? I'll just put it in the same set. I think there's actually no need for me to not do it in the same set. One second. I'm back. Dog just freaked out a little bit. Okay, so this one needs to be not just an image, right? Yeah, this is a sampler. Ah, it's a sampler. Does it? I don't understand what the difference between samplers is. I guess you only want that if you're not reading individual pixels. Because when I think of sampler, I think of... Maybe I have that backwards. Maybe sampler is how you can read individual pixels, and then image load is... No, this is actually definitely individual pixels. I don't know. I'm sure there's probably some reason for it. I'm just gonna say whatever. But now I do want to have create shader and free shader. And I will need just a sampler, I guess. And then I will copy what they do. What they do, what I do. Which is also a copy of what they do, so... Right, sample with texture. Ooh, and then I have to do rendering server global parameter get exposure buffer. And then exposure texture. All right, now here I want to move this over. I'll just move this to set 0 with binding 1. All right. Tone map failed to import, which it should have actually not failed to import, I think. Yeah, that shouldn't have failed. So why? Only applies to images. Huh. Oh, I just don't put that in there at all, I think. Hey, legal alien. The pew-pews are done for now. Or they're in a spot where I can leave them. I'm working on auto exposure. A better auto exposure that I would like. Okay, so that still failed. Texel fetch. No matching overloaded function. Cannot convert from float to vec3 of float. Get your lighting sorted. Getting there. So what line 50? But do I really have to do it this way? Okay, now I see, I think, why they had to write it the way that they wrote it. Maybe? Huh? I think I see why they wrote it that way, because it was just like weird stuff with how the order of this head needs to be done. And no. I can just write, this is still fine. I can just write this, create a vector 3. It is exposure skill, I think. Yeah, I should just be able to write that. And then texel fetch is still apparently not a real thing. Which uniform samplers 2D. So what did I write wrong? Oh, there's 0 at the end. Which I'm guessing is like LOD bias or something. Unexpected semicolon. Unexpected semicolon. On what line? Line 50. Oh, yeah. Mix. No overloading function found. Right. Right. Cool. All right. That's in there. That was when I was just making sure it was compiling. Now can I just hit, I've been running in the background the whole time? Whoops. Maybe something happens? Okay, stop. What? This function should never be used outside the editor. What function? Method function failed. Global shader parameter get exposure buffer. Did I forget? Setup buffers. Global shader parameter set. Global shader parameter get. I'm allowed to do that though. I was doing that before. Okay, well currently everything is also black, so. Texture binding is not a valid texture. That only happened once, so it's fine. Also, my tone map has to be before auto exposure? Okay, stop. This function should never be used outside the editor. I don't understand that. Really? Well, what's the point of it? I don't get it, because I was doing this before and it wasn't complaining, and now it's complaining. As the rendering thread needs to synchronize with a calling thread, which is slow. Do not use this method during gameplay to avoid stuttering. If you need to read values in a script after sending them, consider creating an autoload where you store the values you need to query at the same time. So I guess they just tell me I really need to cache this. I kind of don't understand. I actually really don't understand. How do I create globals? How do I create like a... Because I guess I need to do this myself. Okay, let me think about this. Okay. So what they do is they essentially have their own singular global like class that performs the auto exposure buffer update. And that class is initialized on the main thread, not in the render thread. This one's technically does all the stuff on the render thread. Which actually... Yeah, this is actually fine to do not on render thread, right? Yeah, this is not done on the render thread, so that's fine. So I guess what I can do is make... Ah, man, I don't like this because I still have to have a global, right? I just have to like make a script global. That sucks that I can't do that. I mean, they say it's a huge performance impact, which really matters here. Now I'm just trying to figure out what the point of this is if you can't call it on the render thread, if you can't retrieve a global value. Oh. Global values are meant to be used in GD script shaders, or GD shaders. They're not meant to be used for these kinds of shaders. Okay. That's why. Because then those actually get compiled and you don't have to keep asking for them. I mean, essentially what this means is I would have a single auto exposure resource that holds all of its own buffers. Actually, how does it use auto exposure like twice? Because I just thought of this. I had a problem with my scope where that viewport was using... Okay, I guess every viewport has its own auto exposure running, actually. Every viewport contains its own camera. That's why. Okay. Okay, here's the thing. I may want to have in the future, a monitor that is projecting a camera feed. And that camera has its own auto exposure. If I make a global class here, I have to manage different buffers for every viewport myself. So I guess some of my thinking was that the compositor effect needs to hold its own buffers. Okay, I guess if I really think about it, I was thinking about something where rendering is doing 2 frames at once. It's not. There's only one viewport being sent to the GPU at a time, right? So each compositor would basically tell, when it's called, it tells the global owner, here's our new exposure result. Use this texture. Yeah, I guess that's fine. So somehow I need to think of how, like, what I even want to call this. Should I just make it post-process effect so it only holds that one thing? Do I just create something called auto exposure global? I'll just call exposure, auto exposure global. And a resource, I can't type in there. I can't type in there. Actually, it should really inherit just like from object, right? It doesn't need anything. Yeah, I just won't even have an extend in there. And all it's going to do is just have a value of just exposure texture. This is literally all it is. So whenever we read in here, and I don't do that. Also, that wouldn't even work, now that I think about it. Okay, so when we swap, my result is going to be in... My result goes where? On the last line, I'm sampling from current and I'm writing it to the last line, right? Okay. So current is this now, and I guess I just say auto exposure global. Current is current. And then I have to actually make this a global thing. Add. Must not collide with existing global script class name? What do you mean? Can't add auto load? Oh. I just this is such a dumb script. This is actually such a dumb looking script. It's just it's one line of code. Okay. So stupid. Okay. So then we just say, here's our current value. That should just basically be a copy in there. So in theory, this render callback happens, and then post-process effect, or sorry, tone map is called. Which I would just do auto exposure global exposure texture. And then I also have to make sure that this order is correct, because I'm sure it's probably not. Yeah. Whoa, 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 whoa. Please chill out. Okay. Okay. Reload. Two errors. What are those old? Okay, stop, I get it. It said RID is nil. Cannot assign nil? What? What do you mean? Wait, actually, what do you mean? Okay, I have to run this and let it be super buggy and glitchy. Invalid assignment, property key current with value of type RID on base object of type nil. Property key current. It says auto exposure global is nil. I probably have to just reload project. That's usually the case. exposure happening. All right, now is it okay? With value of type, assignment of property key current with value of type on base object of type nil. What does that mean? Can we just pause? Okay. Oh my god. Alright, this is still okay. It's slowly. Oh no. Okay, we're back. Alright. That obliterated the stream. Letting that run for a few more seconds there. Stack frame list is empty. Attempt to call function free shader on null instance. On a null instance. Is there something I can do that allows me to debug the render thread? Or maybe I just say render thread. I can probably just change it so the render thread runs on the main thread. Probably. Renderer. Does it not let me do that? Disable threaded optimization. Driver thread model. Rendering on a thread may improve performance, but synchronizing the main thread can cause a bit more jitter. Safe. So it says auto exposure global is not on base object. Okay, what is the error again? I gotta like screen or like just memorize it. If not assigned a property key current with value of type RID on base object of type nil. Key current. I hit stop, okay. Wait, am I actually really dumb? Exposure texture, wow. Why did it? Okay. Exposure texture, okay, so same exact problem actually. Literally the same thing. So why are we like this? Why? Exposure texture. Can I do like engine main thread? Get main loop? What is main loop? Huh? How do I call something on the main thread? Does this do it? No. Okay, well, I guess I gotta look this up. No, I can't. Wait, I cannot. No, I can't do that because I have to retrieve it on the render thread. And global is not truly global. Sweet. Well, that's annoying. And then shader global, I can't retrieve that. Like, how can I get this value over here? All right, I gotta Godot. They say I can't do this. All right, what do we think here? Oh, that's not GDScript. Thanks. Come on. RuneScape clone? I don't think so. Try something like, it does work, thanks a lot. But they're telling me no, and I can't do it. Okay, there's got to be something that I can do here. All right, rendering device. There's got to be something I can do here where I say like set something. I don't know. Set some value. There's got to be something I can do here. Where maybe on render data, it allows me to set some value. No. Get render scene data? No. Extension. Render data RD. Get texture. Create texture. Can I do this? Returns a cached texture with this name. Oh, maybe I can do this. Create a new texture with a given definition and cache this under the given name. What am I trying to do? I am trying to get from... I'm trying to return this value, this ID, and give it to tone map over here. But it tells me this is null. Or it tells me this is null. Which I'm assuming just means that when I create a global, it doesn't create a global on the render thread, it creates it on the main thread. The render thread doesn't get it. Let me actually look for that. Maybe that's a good idea. Godot. The error Godot. Yeah, thanks for just straight up hallucinating something. Very helpful. You could emit it in a signal. It's just that there's no bridge. I need like a guy that says here's the thing. Maybe it could, maybe it can be. I guess I just wonder if our signals are called instantly, right? They're definitely called instantly. They don't get queued. So if I say, okay, it's still kind of the problem that I still don't have the guy that's accessible. Okay, let me just try writing it and see, because I'm still uncertain of this, because I wasn't getting an error here. When this was running, I was getting it here. Okay, let me see if I can bring this back. Because it could, I don't know. I'm not exactly sure what the error is, what the problem is. Because maybe, you know, maybe it's like a function is different. Or I don't know, something is really weird about it. Okay. I guess I just make a signal. So I guess I would do okay, why are we okay. Emit current. So then tone map needs to listen to this. So I guess I can just do that in I don't like that it's not filling this one in. But when I hit dot, then it's like, oh yeah, cool, we have that. I don't like how many methods there are here, but whatever. Okay, now does this work? Switch except on a base object of type nil. Alright, so I must be doing something wrong here. Do I have to export this? No, wait, that's not, no. Wait, what? Okay, so now I'm getting extra confused. Oh, wait. Okay. I finally read. I finally learned how to read. It took me a while, but I finally did. It has to extend node? Really? I mean, because it literally adds it to the scene tree. Oh my god, please stop. Okay, I got it. It worked. Maybe. Maybe it worked. And I didn't do this. Okay, stop. So was it fine? Wait, was it fine? It was... it was already fine. It was already fine, right? I didn't have to actually do this. It was already fine. It was already fine. Probably, maybe. It was because I never extended node the whole time. And then I could just do that, and then I don't... I'm gonna leave that code there anyway. Almost. And it can't have a class name. Yeah, that's the really weird one. Alright, so I'm getting somewhere. I've gotten somewhere. I have a blank screen. Attempted to call free shader on a null instance. Shadowing an already declared variable. Okay, so I didn't need this. Alright, great. I think that's going through correctly. Okay. So why would I have a black screen here? I have my light turned on. Call free shader on a null instance. Alright, this one's kind of suspicious. What? How does physical sky compute not do that? Trying to read basic sentences to make a meme about that. Not even like sentences, like errors. Like they're highlighted red and they're saying, you need to extend node, and I just totally block that out. I straight up don't even read that. Alright, so why? Why? Why is this? Why am I null? I don't like that. I really dislike typical free shader on a null instance. Like I just hit close on the game, but it's still running and it's hit a breakpoint here. Oh my god. Now it's not even sentences, it's words. Can I see the word not? I can totally read that without turning upside down. Okay, apparently I can't. Good day, I'm from Australia. The good day just totally messed me up. I could not see that without actually looking at it upside down. So why did this still pop up though? Wait, why did that still pop up? You know what, I don't believe you. Run Now don't tell me that I can't. Alright. Now we know red text is almost invisible. On that side, on this monitor, I can see it very well. On this one, I can't. If you don't realize, whenever you type my name, it actually highlights the whole message red. So. Although I'm sure you actually realize that. Which is why you said that. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe you didn't even mean that, but now it's gained a second meaning because I mentioned it. Free shader. Okay. Alright, fine. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say copy this to all of these because apparently that method can't be trusted to run once, because I'm sure what's happening is it's running twice or something. It's like running on tone map and then it comes here and then it runs again. That's my theory. Yep. Why is it telling me this? Notification pre-delete. I feel like I've gone through exactly this with physical sky compute in the past, which is why I was even doing this like print in the first place. How? This is really silly. It's hitting, why? Why is it just like, okay. This is just really annoying because this is not what I should be trying to fix right now. This is not even a real problem because this is exactly their sample code that they provide you. Exactly what they do. I can't call a function. That's what I'm reading. I can't call a function. Okay, your name color has changed to red. Alright. Okay, so that was a problem. I can't call a function. So I guess what I'm going to do is I'm going to move this back here. I can't have free shader anymore because it's dumb. I'm not allowed to call functions inside of notification. And then here, instead of free shader, I can't do that. This has to go away. And then I change this back to not, and then I return. And then I paste, and then I delete, and now... Okay. A bunch of silly things. Okay, honestly, I should be able to call a function before it I should be allowed to call a function. I can't call a function. This is even worse. I can't call a function. Okay, I mean, it's not so bad. But that's... Really? Is that really it? I can access values on my object, so self is not null, but I can't call a function on my object because I'm null. Man, I don't know. I don't know. I'm just gonna paste it all in there, and surely it's gonna be okay now. That one I don't even need because it will call it for me. I'm losing it. I'm losing a little bit. I definitely don't call free shader anywhere else, right? I'm just gonna hit run. Okay. So now the ultimate test, if I go to tone auto exposure and I go here, and instead of this, I were to write clear buffers. Now when I close, it's gonna hit that line and tell me nil instance. Okay. I would like to scream, but I will not do so. So, now I can tackle the issue of why my screen is black. How can I guess what I could do is just go straight to my tone map and store the exposure value, right? Just store exposure. Okay. Error. Error. It's actually turquoise. What's turquoise? Your name? Oh, my screen? Okay. So it's... How do I... I guess I just kind of just start going through the shader and just make it... So what I'm going to do here is when I do image store, I'm just going to... Instead of this, I'm just going to store 1 and see if that even works. Yeah, I know that one's going to be an error, but that's fine. Error marble entropy too high. Okay, so 1 didn't work. Why did 1 not work? What about 10? Oh, color is going to be multiplied by 1 over this value. Wait. Tone map takes in the exposure scale. Is that what I've done wrong? Exposure? Oh! That is what I've done wrong. The funny thing is, this error is absolutely coming from my Sky compute. But I'm not getting the error from... Wait, I'm not getting an error about this. Which, I mean, I guess technically is not an error, if I really think about it. Encode float, 12, 1. Exposure scale comes from... Can I actually get this? Right. When you're going to get a job in the wrestling industry? What? What? That's going to need an explanation. I don't know what that means. What do you mean by that? Oh, it's gray. Something happened. Okay. It's gray. Now... now what? Now what? Exposure, I was just storing the exposure, and then I was just printing out. I guess I was actually printing out 10. So I guess now I would do... Sorry. That. Wrestling dim errors. Yeah, that's... okay. Blinding. Seem to be a fan of WWE. Don't you want to follow the footsteps of Kane and Undertaker? Like, the only thing I know about WWE is, like, probably, like, 10 seconds worth of memes. And just him saying, The Undertaker, in whatever voice he says that in. Alright, so I got exposure scale. But yeah, John Cena. So, this came back white. Am I doing this correctly? Exposure 1, exposure scale over effect for... Oh, I'm just storing exposure now. Oh, this might be working. I guess I could just open this. Whoa. Invalid access to exposure texture on base object of type node. Do I have to reload scene? No. Do I have to reload project? I've already done that like twice now. Because it should actually be applying in view now. Okay, what's going on here? Auto exposure, invalid assignment of property key auto exposure texture with a value of RID on base object of type node. So according to you, it was great, and now all of a sudden it's white. Well, now I'm actually getting color. But this is weird. That's weird. Oh. That looks like exposure or something to me. Something happened. I mean, something has happened. It's really bright. That's poop. Something has happened. It's definitely doing something now. Why is it telling me that it doesn't exist in the world scene? Why is it upset about that? Auto exposure global GD. Exposure texture. Exposure texture. 3 days of work slightly less dark. The thing is, that's way too bright. That is way brighter than it should be. What's your issue here? Exposure texture. Is there a typo? It comes from tone map and auto exposure. Don't like this. Does it have to be an export? Really? It has to be an export to set the value? This is way too bright. But that means it has done auto exposure. It has done something. So I bring it. It's not done auto exposure. It's just high exposure all the time. Okay. So where might I be going wrong? Do I need to like reload? Are these correct? I mean, the thing is this, I mean, at some point in the game, it might look like this, you know, for like a second or two. So size, min, wait, size, max, min, exposure, adjust. It's called a flashbang, yeah. That will be what happens when you like scope in on the sun. Your screen goes totally white. So it should be max. Ooh. Okay. Max min. My intuition was right. Is it getting brighter? I can't tell. Okay. So something has happened. That actually, I mean, that's auto exposure. But it's way darker than it should be. The amount of exposure, yeah. Trying to make auto exposure, I've checked if Godot doesn't have it built in already. It does. It's a full screen auto exposure. I mean, you were even here yesterday when I was saying like, I need so that when I zoom in on the moon, it's gonna expose for the moon and not like all the dark pixels around me. It's just a bit dark. It is just a little bit dark. Or maybe it's like correct. Yeah, I don't like how that's immediately like being factored in that much. But that's a parameter I can tune. But yeah, remember now? You made it again, but worse. Yeah. I mean, it should be better. Okay, hang on a second. I didn't notice this. GPU time, 21 milliseconds. I have definitely made it, but worse. Definitely made it, but worse. Well, this is GPU time, so I've just somehow done the shader wrong. Which maybe... maybe what I should be doing... because this is running every frame. So let me just see real quick if I can... I'm assuming the rotation of the shader. I'm assuming what's happened... Okay, first of all, this is a thing here. So if I were to comment this out, if I don't apply my function to it, is this auto exposure right now? Okay, so this is just back to Godot, right? This is just back to what Godot does. But it's really slow. It is really slow. Also, this is actually kind of wrong. It should be... yeah, these should be Vec3s. Temp data 0. These should also be... Interesting. Okay, so I haven't like fully implemented this yet. Maybe I just leave these as floats first and then try to figure out... what's going on. So can I... There's definitely supposed to be a way that I can profile this. This is probably good enough. I guess I can hit stop. Is that not, does that not actually give me... This may not really give me what is taking up time. Can I write your Steam page? 532p, yeah. You get 60 FPS at quarter resolution. Yeah, how do I look at a frame? How do I look at a frame? How do I profile a frame? Because this is just telling me what I already expected to see, which was that my render callbacks are pretty much nothing. NVIDIA H200? I don't even know what that is. H200? How do I remember how to do this? Visual profile? Or am I looking for is visual profiler what I mean to do? Maybe that's what I mean to do. Visual profiler? Start. And then stop. Six milliseconds? That's not. Post-transparent compositor effects, 3 milliseconds. I would love to know. Post-process sky compositor, post-process pre-transparent. Post-transparent. Yeah, so these are post-transparent, post-opaque. Okay, so I mean, it's definitely auto exposure that's taking like 200 FPS. Wow, what? Okay, but how do I find out what the problem is? I guess I would just look at... It can't be this. This runs one time. It's gotta be... Actually, I don't really understand what is the problem. Like, which one of these is it? Okay. I need to look at... I might have something kind of wrong with just this, I guess. I might be creating... You run all my game with auto exposure on? I could be just running something a bit wrong. Because, yeah, like the CPU time was like not even in like the hundreds of microseconds. It was like 0. So it's got to be somehow the way that I've built my list has got to be wrong, because the shader is the same. If I look at luminance reduce here, I guess let me even compare these side by side so I can really see, really make sure that I'm not doing anything different. Texel fetch. This is one thing that I do different, but this should not be, that's not like 200 FPS. That line is not 200 FPS. I have an else with an image load, position R. Size, barriers. Param size. This is something I did do differently, which I guess in theory I shouldn't have had to do, but that, I can't imagine that's like an issue. But I guess I'll take that out and try to figure out why that happens on my end. And then this one, we're just grabbing the previous pixel. I can't run all mixed zombies. Times exposure adjust, minimum luminance. Alright, so what's going on up here with source size? I guess I'd taken a UVec. I guess it should just be an IVec then. That's the only thing that's different though. I've even taken out this exponential function, which actually kind of did nothing. Is it just texture size? Oh, wait a second. Is this what... Oh, wait a second. So these aren't actually what I'm making. I'm making... That could be the problem. That could have been the issue, is that I wasn't defining those correctly. And I guess casting was kind of, you know, unnecessary to do. I just had to change the type of that. That's all I've changed in the shader. Is that really? That would be crazy if that was actually like 200 FPS. No. I could put it on pre-transparent. That doesn't change anything. My theory there with that was just I've defined them as different types. So it would basically receive an RGB 32, and I say I want to use an R32, and it would do like a full texture conversion for me so that I could use it correctly. So now the only problem that I can see is it could also be that when I'm reading this value, it still has to synchronize with the main thread. No, that can't be. Actually, maybe it can be. It could still be that this connection here that I have causes an issue. Essentially this line. So I'm just going to see what happens if I take these out and don't bind it and see if that does anything. I mean, actually, no, Tone Map is using it too. So setting it definitely can't be doing that. I mean, I don't know. I'll take it off and just see. And just see what happens. I've turned it on. That's crazy to me. There's no way, right? Okay, well now it's just being strange. So it drops to like 50. Okay. So now if I take that step off, and I will reload scene. and then I turn it on. Okay, that does nothing. All right. That's not the problem. Which I guess that would increase CPU render time if that was the problem. Okay, so the only real thing after that is that these are being created. I guess let me try and convert it back to just a red 32 texture. And run with that. I kind of don't believe that that's... I kind of don't believe that is the issue. Because when I have it running through Godot, there's no impact on the frame rate at all. I can't imagine that adding 4 more channels is suddenly driving it from no impact to like a heavy like cloud shader. Like Unreal Engine levels of optimization. Cloud shaders. So now I just have to make sure that I think it's actually kind of all I had to do. I can't imagine that's it. Yeah, so that didn't do anything. And just to be sure, whoops, not quit, just reload. Just to be sure, I'll even reload now. Okay, it's on, apparently. But it's definitely not doing anything. Uniform set, RID is null, returning RID. Binding 1. Okay. What did I do? Binding 1. Texture is not a valid texture. Degradation. So now I broke the shader? Huh? Did I get errors when it imported? Oh, I did. Min has no matching overloaded function. Line 84. IVEC to IVEC 2. But that's what they write. Why is size yellow there? How could they? Texture is not a valid texture. The canvas remains cold and blank. That's not a haiku. So why is this copy pasted code no good? And why is size yellow? Is it because I'm still doing... No, that wouldn't make sense why it wouldn't compile. Alright, well let me just put these... Okay, let me just put these brakes back on here. They should honestly stay there. Okay. Cannot convert from float to vector of int. Const float? Const float to vector of int. This? Oh, what? Wait, huh? Wait, why did it even accept that? That's not even... That's why it was yellow. What? Did I just add that? No. I'm so confused. What is going on? Red world now. This looks actually pretty cool. This looks pretty cool. Okay. So, I don't know. Am I still at the problem? Yeah, I'm gonna say don't believe you. And reload. You're still reading like an alien? Yeah, that's a haiku now. Alright, so I have red world and hey, you know, I've recovered like 10 FPS. Right? Recovered 10 FPS. Alright, so there's no way it's that. There's no way it's that the texture is... Also, it stays red, which is quite funny. So there's no way it's because of the texture size, because now it's identical. Now I'm doing the same thing. On the positive side, you can make the Martian video game with slightly better performance. Slightly better? 50 FPS, 50 frames per second. On a GeForce 1080, 50 frames per second? 200 frames per second are dedicated to your auto exposure. Alright, so I guess I'm just gonna like turn this on. So I'm sitting right at 52 FPS. So I want to see what impact certain things have. So I'm going to turn this back on. In fact, I'll just go fully back to what they do. And they actually do... Okay, they do textile fetch the whole thing, right? This is temp data R, so it's only reading red. I'm still at red. Yeah, I would really like to know what I messed up here, because I straight up just copied this and didn't change anything. This was all I changed. Everything else should have stayed the same. Oh, you know what? They run this at like 60 FPS, don't they? They run this on the main thread. They don't run this in the render callback. No, it has to be on the render thread. It is in the render thread. Yeah, they have to because tone map is updated. Yeah, I'm really confused, honestly. Let me try and just change all these back to be, or not even change this back, but this is just storing. Okay, so I did check it. It was at like exactly 51 frames per second. So if I turn these on, well, I already know that this didn't have an effect because I got the exact same frame rate when these were larger. And I'll even change these back because I know that, well, actually, I guess I don't know yet that this is, that just doing, there's no way. I actually just simply don't believe that that two maxes are 200 FPS faster than 3 multiplications. I won't accept that. So I'll go and convert this over to just be all RGB stuff. Can I have a vector of floats? Or a vector, an array of vec3s? Probably. And then this has to be clamped with, and these are going to be vec3s. I'll figure out what's going on with this shader eventually. It's really strange that it's so expensive. Because in theory, this is exactly what Godot is doing. It's got to be something on the preparation side. I do something wrong on the preparation side that makes this way slower than it should be. Temp data 0 divided by that. Temp data this plus size. So I just need to make temp data oh, what do I do for this now? Do I just multiply these values in? Actually, yeah, how do I handle this? Because it used to be that I was computing a single value of luminance, but now I do want to compute every single RGB value individually, because I would like to also include white balancing. Some kind of form of that. So I guess maybe I just don't do that at all. I just save it right there. I just save it straight in there. I will keep this because I'm sure at some point I may want to bring that back. So now temp data has to be shared, a shared vec3. And I mean, this is all more video memory. This is not more time. The only thing that really bugs me is this. I've copied this precisely. But I really hate this. This just looks really bad. It's probably like ideal. I don't know. Their algorithm for this is just strange. Vec3 divided by float of rect size. I guess, yeah, that average is fine. Although eventually I need to take that out. I wouldn't want that average. Or no, I would. Because I would apply the function for the center, and then you would still average it after that. Yeah. Okay. I mean, that's gotta be... The shader's gotta be fine. It can't be the shader. Okay, but I still have to like reload the project or something. Because for some reason it can't... The compositor effect doesn't actually recompile the shader. And apparently I had a problem. From float on line 64. Oh, yeah, I mean, duh, right? Left is not of type array, matrix, or vector. Temp data. Undeclared identifier. What? What? Did I like delete a letter somewhere? This is a lot of line 54 temp. Oh, TEMP? Well, okay. Why was it giving so many extra random errors? Okay. So still the worst performance you've ever seen. At this point, I can only assume I'm doing something wrong when I'm creating the compute list. So I have to investigate that. Not the worst performance I've ever seen. I have seen Doom Running on a calculator? Yeah. Well, the thing is, this is auto exposure. Like, relatively to what this is supposed to do, this should literally... I mean, this should have no impact on frame rate, and it is the heaviest thing that I do. So I'm just going to assume that when I do... something here's got to be wrong with one of these calls. I guess what I could do is I could... what could I do? So I guess these are supposed to be like I-32s. But that's not a... Is it just int? Oh, weird. Is it S32? A signed 32-bit number? Okay. GPU stuff is unfortunately not so simple. I did see that they were using... they are writing these draw command label. But I guess I don't know how fine-grained I can get with that. Because this is like... I don't know. I really don't know. I must have done something wrong. This is a suspicious thing to me. But this is almost always true. This is almost always evaluating to true. So I shouldn't have to do that. Because this is just like interpolation. I apply like a final bit of interpolation. I mean, I guess I can just see if changing that to S32, there's no way. Well... okay. This might also be suspicious. Oh, that actually is very suspicious. I dispatch push constants. That's gonna be a big thing. That's a big thing. That's a very, very big thing. So let me just change size. Can I just change size? This is probably what I did wrong. Yeah, let me do this here. And I need to make sure before I forget to move this line after that. There. That could be it. That could be it. Well, I just doubled the... I went from 50 to 130, so that was definitely a big thing. Okay. This is actually still on. Alright, so that's not all of it, though. That wasn't all of it. Because I still would not believe that going from a float to a vector 3 is a serious change in size. A big chunk of performance is going somewhere? Yeah. That's still, I mean, that was like a third of the problem, if I really want to put it to numbers. Because I go from like 230 to 50. So I went from 50 to... Wait, did I go from 50 to 100 or 50 to 150? 50 to like 100. Okay, so it's less than half was there. So let me just go ahead and actually pull this in so I can compare it side by side. Where is this? Script, post process, auto exposure, Xbox 360. This is still, I mean, I have a really big problem with the terrain shader. Like, look what happens when I turn off the terrain. Okay, well, with auto exposure on, it doesn't seem like it did anything, but I have like 500. It's like 250 FPS for the terrain. Half my frame rate is just immediately lost. Which I guess you can think about it like, okay, it is like your whole screen. But I look up and I'm still missing like 100 FPS. There's no terrain in view. I'm still missing 100 FPS with this being... I mean, actually, it really would go from like 600 to 400. So it's really like 200 FPS is lost. Even when I'm not looking at it. So at some point, I really want to get into this. It's probably because... I mean, probably not. There's got to be something wrong with whatever they do. That'll be a distant future thing to optimize that. But okay. So it's still got to be somewhere in the commands that I'm setting. Which, I mean, I don't know, that was a big change, but max, min, adjust. The one thing that's a bit different is that I'm possibly running it twice. Let me just check that it's actually not running twice. Just add a print here. Just. Zero, right? Okay. So there's only ever one view, so this isn't happening. And then in range of buffer's size, so this is where I'm at. If I is 0, I create my binding. Sampler with texture. Sampler and input. Source, which is just input image. I bind the read pipeline. Read shader. Okay. This is a barrier here. If I is the last one, and this one's almost always true, and this is just for interpolation, this is all this does. This is a separate shader that will just interpolate the value, which adds like literally one line of code. So that can't be a huge performance hit. But I mean, I guess it could be, if you really think about it. Maybe I'll see what happens if I don't run this one at all. If that has a big impact. So I had the sampler. This sends in the current texture, uniform current texture, which is the current value. And it's on 2. Otherwise, it's just luminance reduce, which is just the default with nothing. Uniform, I add buffers -1. I mean, the real thing is this dispatch here. I might have kind of gotten it right, but maybe I didn't get it fully correct. Okay, I was suspicious about dispatch threads versus dispatch. So let me see if that's something different. Specifically in... I guess I can probably just search it on here. I don't need to open a new thing. So these might actually be different. They are different threads. It calls dispatch, and this one calls dispatch indirect. So I'm actually getting something different. I'm not getting dispatch threads. Why don't they give me access to dispatch threads? They just don't trust me. I do get begin label and end label though. That's gotta be it. It's gotta be this thread thing where I'm calling dispatch just dispatch and not threads. So let me see what the real difference is between these. Dispatch threads and dispatch. Hopefully is right above it. Dispatch. Okay, interesting. So this calls division round up threads to local group size. That's actually all this does. Okay. So that could still be my issue. Division round up. It divides threads by local group size. So I'm... Okay. Alright, this is definitely the problem. It helped that I was dispatching less, but what I'm really doing is I'm dispatching like that many groups. I actually mean to be doing threads, which divides it by the local group size. So let me see. I feel like I remember seeing that they take in okay, I guess they don't. Alright, so I need to figure out what this value is. What the local group size is. State local group size. Wait, CL, compute list, local group size. Okay, I get it. So, essentially when they call threads, their local group size is 8 in the shader. So I have to divide mine by 8, division round up. Is that just a... So I have to divide mine by 8 again. So when I call dispatch, I mean, I guess I would actually just like literally put it up here. I would just move it above. Let me check what division round up does. Division round up. Offset. If either one of these are less than 0, we return 1. Otherwise, we do this. Lurk. Alright. The numerator plus the denominator minus 1 over the denominator. Okay. I get it. This would be plus 8 minus 1, so this would be plus 7. Or I guess what I would really do is just move this down here. Just move it back down there. And then up here, I will do... X will be size, or an integer. Size X plus 7 over 8. And then a Y. And then hopefully this now just brings me back to fully 0 impact on everything. Alright, turn it on. It's already on. Nice. But I still have leftover stuff from when this is read. Alright, cool. It is now performant because I was making way too many groups. Should I have a command for lurk or something? Should that do something? I could make a bot. I have this theme with the channel where the superintendent is like managing my stream, I guess. I could make a bot and call it like superintendent or something and put it in chat. That could be cool. All right, so where am I? Is it tone map? I have to multiply it by... Somewhere here I'm doing not an RGB, I'm doing an R. Okay, why is it all red though? Oh, no, that's correct now. Oh, is it because I have these still set to red? Somewhere. Yes. Okay, it's still red, so I will reload project. Because it must be lying to me. And even though I hit reload, it didn't actually reload. It's not red. Okay, and if I turn it off? I mean, I guess if I turn it off, it just, you know, it will stay exposed to this value. So I turn it on. I go to noon. Everything is suspiciously a little red. Which I guess actually makes sense. Because red... Oh, is this like already kind of doing automatic what? This looks red, right? Wait a second. When I look over here... Oh, the colors are changing. Wow, that's... okay. I wasn't expecting it to be this strong. Very blue. I look at this, and now it turns white. Then I look over here, and it's blue. And then it's going to turn red. Now it's blue. Very cool. Of course, it's actually not at all what I want it to look like, but... it's good to know that at least it's considering the color values now. Very green when I look up. So yeah, each color value is now exposing separately. Still no impact at all on frame rate. Actually, let me see what the real impact is, because it technically does have some impact. Look over in the sky. So I go from 560 to 520. Okay. It's kind of high. What's tone map? Okay, so tone map is like 20 FPS. So, alright. Relative to tone map, it's twice as expensive. There's gotta, I mean, what you would really do is you would measure like your total GPU time and then just find the time spent on a single shader. Or a single phase. But for now, I don't really have any of that, so I just like try to minimize. I just try to like max out the frame rate as high as I can go and then compare what changes are and just look at the frame rate numbers. Which is probably just as good as measuring the whole frame together and then computing the relative values. Alright, cool. So, now what? I guess now what I would do is... I guess I can go and bring in this. Actually, not that. Bring this in. So this will now consider the middle of my screen more important than the rest of the screen. And the parameter I would tune here is this value. Although I wonder if I should just make it, because I do get a float here. I wonder if I should just put it in here as like a power. Okay, so for now, I'll bring this in here as reserved. Okay, let me just copy all that. Just so I can have a slider going and figure out exactly what seems right. And then I can put it in there as a constant. Once I know what looks good. Why is shift? What? I guess I would never hold shift, right? Yeah, okay, never mind. That's not how that works. Okay, so I guess I just kind of take this one out and then do O is... I would just do params. Or reserved, I guess. Okay, so now I just have to pass in the value of reserved there. Is it 24? Yeah. So I'll just call it O factor. And I figured I would be pretty close to like... I figured I'd be pretty close to like 0.0 or whatever the value is already. I figured it would be pretty close to that. But of course it's not quite it. Can I copy from there? No. 1269873. All right. So now I reload and it will load the shader or not. I think it's clearly not reloaded the shader, so. Interesting. Interesting look here. A very interesting look here. What did I do? What did I do? Does this actually work when I reload? That's so weird. I feel like I have to close it and then I can open it, because then it will actually... I think it's like importing the file or something. To click re-import, and then it has the new file now, and then when I hit reload saved scene... It's like not applying auto exposure at all anymore. It feels like it's not. Okay, it's going now. So this is wrong. Alright, so what if I don't do this and I bring this back? Okay, so yeah, I just click re-import, and then I click reload, and then it does it. Very interesting. Okay, well, it's definitely like doing it now. It's definitely like being a little bit, you know. It's staying exposed for this, and then I turn closer. So I still have that on my screen. Okay. And then I would comment these out and just set them here. Float, encode float, 24. So 1269873. One two six nine eight seven three. $24 this value. Okay. And now it's crazy. Okay. Maybe I just hit run and see if something happens when it compiles. No. So somehow I'm setting this wrong? Wait, is this wrong? Wait, what? Hang on. Hang on. 4 bytes. Oh. What? 4 bytes to huh? What? This is the one thing that really gets me with this. It's 4 bytes to an int. A float is also 4 bytes. But reserved 1 float puts it out. I guess in the here it's not quite like that. So this should actually go on 20 then, shouldn't it? Okay. This is actually going to 20. Alright, now it's back. And very dark. Yeah, so I definitely still got a problem somewhere where my average is not, like, working right. Alright. But before I fix that, I do want to see if... Well, I guess it is quite dark, so I should probably fix it now. Alright. So this function is, I thought, although I might have done it wrong. S is supposed to be I mean, technically S is supposed to be 1 over the square root of this. Oh. Am I? No. I have it right. Okay. I was going to say, I thought I had my parentheses wrong. So... Let me try mapping this. Okay, I need to figure out my curve here. So my curve has been wrong. I have to log back in because I've been logged out. Okay. I didn't save that. Well... Oh well. I guess I never saved that function. Which sucks. But it's not very complicated. I say it's not very complicated. Something like that. And then this would be 1 over square root of 2 pi o squared times e to the power of negative x minus 0.5 over, what is it, 2o squared? 2o squared? Not here. Oh, to the power of 2 over 2o squared, right. Okay, there it is. And essentially I'm just looking at like this range, I guess. And then my y-axis to, what is it? X constraint S of 0.5. Okay, cool. And then let me go and get my integral. I already checked all this, but I guess I just kind of messed up. I messed up in my conversion back. So let me now try just kind of writing this in as I've written it. And the value should still sum up to 1. And let me not call this that, but I'll just call it F. Okay, excellent. Should be like 0. All right. I'll plot the integral of g of x as well. Or not plot the integral, but give myself the integral. So, and then I will call this S, would be 2 over square root of 2 pi over 2. So this would be S times E. Or I guess rather e to the power of squared over 202 plus can I make this y as well? Could I actually plot this as a 2D thing? Okay, so this didn't come out to 1, which is what I would have expected it to come out as. So if this was 1, and then I would divide this, or I guess 0.5. Oh, dx. Alright, so what was my... Oh, 2 should have been on the bottom. Or the top should have been 0.5. Wow. Okay. So that's what I messed up. The top should be 0.05. But I was right that doing these together, adding them, and then multiplying by this constant is still correct. Okay, so now I would expect this to be less dark. Yeah, I would say this is less dark. And it tracks, should be tracking more to the middle of the screen. Very green all of a sudden. Okay. Now for, I guess, like another test, I'm going to turn off my auto exposure and turn on the camera attributes auto exposure. So turn off mine, then I turn this on. Although my tone map is actually still reading from it, so I need to turn that off too. Okay, this is what it looks like. And then if I turn this off and this on, oh, then I guess I need my tone map. Okay, I would say it's about, I would say the brightness is pretty close. So I think my function's definitely working. Although it's not reading my O thing anymore, I think. Oh, it is. Alright. Let me do a sunset. And see if I fix the thing I set out to fix. I mean, I should expect that I did, and even if I didn't, I can make it work. So I'm exposed for the moon. I will just sit here and watch it. I think I could have set time a bit further forward. Probably a lot further forward than I did. That actually looks really cool now. That looks really cool over there. It's just turning red because this white balance thing is kind of all over the place and crazy. I feel like it's definitely exposing to the moon already. Definitely colors are changing when I scope in. I'm probably just like losing. Yeah, I'm just like kind of covering the terrain though. So the current way auto exposure works is this should white out before it would white out already. Not already, I don't actually know. But it would white out at some point. I guess I can kind of tell just from like the couple pixels I get that it's whiting out there. I guess you can still see some detail. But I should just be able to watch the moon the whole time and it should never blow out. I should be able to see detail on this the whole time. I just don't know how late that actually was when I would start getting too bright. Yeah, tweaking. I'll need to figure something out for like a slower, probably like a second parameter, which would do like red, green, blue adjustment, because it was clipping a lot last time. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely, I can definitely say it's pretty bright still, but I can see the detail the whole time. I've been able to see detail this whole time. And it's not... Yeah, I feel like I might have gone to the point now where if it was clipping, if it was going to keep clipping, let me try to look down here. Maybe I go inside, look at this guy. It's kind of too fast. I feel like it's going too fast and I can't really... But I mean, I've been able to see it this whole time, so... It definitely must be doing something better. Or more accurate to what your eyes can do. What I kind of, I mean, I want to be able to see a point where it is whited out. Because otherwise that just means... I don't know. I mean, I could see it the entire time. So I guess let me just do another experiment, maybe go a little bit later and turn off mine and turn on... I have to turn all of my stuff off. Turn this on. This is really bright. Should it be so bright? Wait, would it be this bright? Is this auto-exposing still? Turn blue? Why do I feel like I don't see anything happening? Oh. Alright, it's definitely working because the color of this wall is changing when I look around. Alright. I set it to be later, now it's a lot brighter. What's going on? I feel like something's going on. I can see it getting darker when I look at the moon. Okay, was this like what it really looked like at this time? Alright, well anyway, I turned mine off and I turned this one on. And now I will watch it from here. They looked about the same. So I'm assuming the auto exposure wasn't... Yeah, I'm not making the color of the wall change. Oh yeah, okay, well that's immediately already blown out and I can't see anything. It does get a little bit dimmer. I can tell it gets slightly dimmer. Okay, turn mine off, turn this one on. And I actually need to have... Well, I mean, it actually should be like exactly the same exposure. It's just now that it's counting colors as well. So it was already blown out. I already could not see it. And now I can see it. Cool. I would say it's pretty close. The moon is very bright. Wait, why don't I see a time on that message? I don't know when that was sent. Oh, all my stuff got reset. Wait, how do I turn on so I can see times? Chat appearance? Timestamps. Okay, I missed that message. It's 4 minutes ago. Why does it look like this? This is really weird. I guess there's very little blue, so it's trying to expose for blue right now. I don't understand. That'll be a next step. Figure out how, look at how white balance works, and then implement that. But I can send this now, I think. Oh, Okay, I guess I'll leave that for now. I need to make that a constant in the future. So that it's just... it's a little bit faster for that to be a constant. Okay, is this pretty much just adding everything? Also, have I fixed the weird pixel colors? Where I was zoomed in on the moon and it's like... yeah, that was definitely an exposure thing, wasn't it? Because I'd be able to see like random like bright green, blue, and red pixels. I can still kind of see it, but I think it was definitely an exposure thing. There's definitely a lot of noise. Yeah, you can see it out here, but it's definitely less pronounced. So I wonder if I can... what would it be? Would I be increasing this value? Decreasing the value. Okay. Let's go to that. I still see it. But perhaps it's just like, I don't know, a limitation in something. I don't even know. Maybe... oh, you know what? That's probably the debanding. It looks fine out here because the bands are really small. But once you zoom in on it, the debanding noise is coming through pretty clearly. But I guess that's also still kind of an exposure thing, isn't it? If I were to expose closer to the center for the color in the middle, it would make those a lot darker so I would be able to see them so clearly. Oh, this is really noisy. Yeah, what is this? Why is this so noisy? Is this a filtering thing? I want to go and fix that. Try to fix that now if I can. I bet it's a filter thing. It would be in my shader. It would be in the shader. Filter linear. Should it be linear, mid-map, and isotropic? No, that noise is still definitely there. What is that? I mean, I think it's probably purple. Maybe if I turn off debanding? Perhaps. Or I increase the resolution of the viewport? I'll turn that off and see if it goes away. So then I will know it's definitely a debanding noise pattern. Yeah. Absolutely. That's really strange. That's really strange. What's going on there? That's not what those pixels really look like, right? I feel like somehow it's getting bad color data. Somehow. Yeah, that's definitely like a strong noise thing. Debanding, I mean, this is not what that's not just not what the pixels look like, though. That's definitely not what they look like. Wait, use HDR 2D? 2D rendering? Wait, why is that? Oh. Wait, why does it say... Oh, that's crazy. Why does that happen? Turning that on, like, really solved everything. But then debanding, like, totally destroys it. It obliterates it. I'm so confused. How does that make any sense? That's weird. That just feels like it's not correct. HDR 2D. What does it mean 2D though? Why does it say 2D? It's not 2D. It's 3D. But now I'm getting like the actual pixel values, the actual color values. Interesting. Okay. Fix that. Cool. Awesome. Can I send everything? Can I do everything? Now I choose physical auto exposure enabled true. So yeah, the auto exposure scale and speed stayed. But now it's like off, so it won't run. And it will only be mine. Also, that's not what this is. That's not what this is. Okay, why is it trying to say that the compositor value that I have set there is that value? That's not the value I've set. Okay, now it's correct. Oh, I did turn up fog density too. Maybe I should not do that. probably. Fog enabled. I will filter linear bitmap. Probably take that one back. I'll do that. Just linear. Because I don't need to read the texture that way. I just need to read exactly what it sees. Yeah, I don't need that. Okay. Auto exposure global was added because I need that. Now bolt rifle will take on the camera attributes of its controller. Although that, yeah, I was thinking that that would be an exposure thing. That's fixed. That weird noise stuff is fixed. So I can take that off. Okay. And then also change that line back. All right, now it just has turning that thing on. And I guess setting up a V. Uh, 0.82. Sky intensity min. All right. So let me change this back to 0.8. So that's not changing there. Let's save all scenes again. Okay. So I just turned that down. Of course, the light energy would now change to intensity target print line. That's fine. Those need to comment back out. Just realized I'm like saving world in the background every time I do that. And it's really gonna mess with stuff, I'm sure. No, I closed that. Okay. I guess now it's actually going to be 0 with shadows enabled true. Okay. So debug line. Is this barrier needed? Yeah. That'll be it to do in the future. And the auto exposure script. Oh, this should be getting... Yeah, that should be getting shader path, not that. That's probably why I had an issue at some point with it. So I was doing it the wrong way. Okay. I guess I can just start adding these. Add environment. Oh wait, no, I'm already adding them. Okay. Staged, bring it all out. And then I will do these individually. Okay, and then environment and project. I meant to get div actually. Okay. Those two can be added. Post-process effect, right, I had to move all that stuff around. And then I split that out into tone map. Why is that deleted? Oh, I moved it. Right. It was moved. Okay, and that's going to be all the changes there. All right, final check. There should be a move somewhere. Well, maybe it's not there yet because auto exposure is above it. Turbolight luminance. Okay. I think that's all good. I've been running it a lot. Didn't see any issues. That comes out of compositor effect and goes into tone map. New file. Right, yeah, the script is a new file. But the actual shader should just be a move. Right, new shader. Okay, cool. It counts it as a move. And I did change some stuff. All right. Add custom auto exposure. And then fix rifle scope. Okay. Now using a custom auto exposure shader, which can I spell? Which considers center of the screen more important for the center of the screen more important for exposure. And then yeah, move tone map to own script, new shader file, include exposure in tone map, then Uh, fixed rifle scope. Needed. HDR 2D. Yeah. All right. I am going to get lunch and eat, and then I will move on to, I think, I should probably do, yeah, I'm going to do white balance, figure that out, so that doesn't look too strange, and then I would have to mess around with how centered of the screen the pixels are considered, because I think it's probably still too, I think it's still a bit too wide right now, so I want to focus it in more. And then white balance is just kind of crazy. It's, I mean, it's not, it's there, it's possible, but it's not implemented, so it just makes everything look really orange or really blue or really white when it shouldn't. And it needs a totally different, like, ramp. I would have, yeah, I guess I would just have to, if I model it correctly, the colors should all pretty much stay white most of the time, or maybe it would take a longer time for those to change, but the actual brightness of the scene will adjust very quickly. Which I guess actually more needs a... Maybe that actually needs... I'm wondering if that would need its own buffers. Because I would have something that... I would have quick adjustments for brightness. You know, modeling it after the eye. Your iris contracts to restrict the amount of light coming in. But your actual rods and cones are responsible for color balancing after that. So night vision is mostly based on rods, and your blue rods are the most sensitive ones. So that's why at night things look blue. I saw an image of like a properly exposed moonlight, and properly exposed moonlight is like strangely yellow and weird looking, but it never looks yellow to us because we just can't see. Our red and green are not that sensitive to that low light. So moonlight always looks like bluish. Okay, I'm gonna get food. I will be back. I'm back. Hey, Danilin. I've got food, and I'm going to eat. I'm back. And yes, I do sit down to eat here, and then I put my stuff away and come back. Crazy how games today be requiring high specs, but they still have 480p resolution. I think a big portion of that is that hardware has gotten better, and developers have gotten lazier with performance, like for large games. And now we have really performance-intensive global illumination stuff that looks worse than literally anything else. And they keep coming up with more of them. Whoa, very blue. Hello, sir. So yeah, I gotta figure out I think I'm just doing white balance now. Gotta figure that out. Yeah, it gets very like blue-green in here. Very strange. These colors are crazy. But yeah, this is really nice. I'm looking here. I'm exposed for the wall. Actually, is this point? It's like not considering that at all until I look at it. Is that too sharp? Threat Interactive was right. Dude, I really like his thumbnails. His thumbnails look awesome. I gotta go look at one. Like these images where it's just him like like in really dramatic lighting. He's like casting lightning in that one. It's really funny. Where'd the game go? Did I close the game? I guess I closed the game. Alright. Not that. Yeah, it looks like weirdly blue. I wonder if I feel like I almost need a circle on my screen to know how much is like being considered here. I feel like it's really, for some reason, I guess it's not. Why didn't that save? I didn't reset that. I mean, this seems good. Add an object with a mission. What I can do is do like this and look at the white. I mean, I kind of... I do like how it's exposing. I feel like it's doing it correctly. You know, matching the middle of my screen more than anything. What is it, like a higher value? The zombie shader is wrong. He's using this reflection probe. And also he probably is a little dark. I do think he's a little bit dark. But I think it's probably just because the interior here is like essentially pure white. So the inside looks a lot brighter than it really should be. So when I have like proper textures on here and there's colors, it will drop down dramatically to, and this would expose lower, and then he would be brighter. That's my thinking, but I'm not worried about him for now, just because I know the interior color here is not correct, and I mean, he probably is just a little too dark, but I'm not sure. Interesting. I think this is like reading the left side of my screen. Oh. Of course. Where is I'm using the wrong thing for this. I'm doing this x minus 0.5. I'm not supposed to do that. That was just to make it look... That's just to make it look good on the graph, so I'd move it over between 0 to 1. But this value is already 0 to 1. So minusing 0.5 just makes it so I'm reading the left side of my screen. And I guess I can probably take this power out. And just do that. Okay. All right, now we're reading the middle of the screen, right? Okay. Yeah, this isn't happening enough. Oh, should it be plus 0.5? Should it be plus 0.5? Because my value comes in the range. Oh, wait. Wait. Because now I'm definitely reading from the right, from like... It's weird. It's just weird. Because it starts getting dark very quickly on that side of the screen. For the colors over there. And this doesn't get dark at all until I'm like right on top of it. Okay, weird. Do I have to do this? So when my UV value is 0.5, yeah, I should be adding or subtracting 0.5. I should be subtracting 0.5. Is it like I am... This is on the read. Okay. So this should be 0.5. Michael Jackson leaning forward was the greatest thing ever? Or really thought? Okay. Sometimes I think you're just saying stuff. Because I don't know what's going on. Screw it, 2 pi O2. Sometimes the voice in my head speaks louder. Okay. What's wrong here? Is my UV calculation correct? Yes, it must be. Global invocation ID. position, XY. Position over size. Almost wish I could see this buffer. I guess I can see this buffer. Alright, so let me try this. I'm going to comment that line out so it does nothing. And instead I will write oh man. Instead I will write temp data t back out. So I write it here. I'd never do anything with it. And I just write it back out. And then what I will do is set my current buffer to let me actually do this. Instead of messing with all of that, I'll just run my own shader really quick where I just kind of copy this and just print out white. But it does work here. Why is it weird here? Do I just not know where the center of the screen is? Okay, definitely looking at it from the right. What? Okay, just go to... I'm not sure what's going on here. Is this correct? Okay. It's getting dim like really late, I feel. Right? Okay, as I approach the edge, it gets that way. But now here... Well, now it's definitely correct. Okay, I don't know what I was thinking. I set this value really, really low, so it'd be super obvious. That I would just be reading from like the middle of the screen. There's got to be something directional about this. Because it's already exposed for the outside. But here, it doesn't expose until I get right on top of it. So I'm literally looking at it. And then it starts to expose. So something is definitely wrong with this. But what could be wrong? I've got an idea. So version defines read texture, interpolate luminance. So read texture does this. Otherwise we just load the value. And that's all we do. Okay, there's nothing happening here. Good. So now when I create the shader, I would expect shader to have, replace with nothing. Read shader does read texture. Okay. It all seems fine. Huh. Now this one I would be using read shader. Okay. This one I would be using interpolate shader. Bro, git repo. The game? I haven't played that game. Pipeline, read shader, interpolate pipeline is interpolate shader. Boot it. I don't know. I haven't even really seen gameplay for it. I think I've basically just seen like pieces of their trailers. For the last one, this is screen texture, which uses input image. Want to even install Horizon Walker? Pretty heart-warming game. Warming. Heartwarming. I don't know, man. I don't really play games. Not much anymore. Which is, you know, kind of not very good if I want to make games. I actually have to play games. If we're on 0, we read. I'm always writing to this 1. I'm always writing to I. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, Don't play games, make games. Playing games is like reading a book, I guess. If you want to get better at writing, you should probably read good books and see what they do. Source texture. It's the last one that we wrote to. Also read bad books. I played all the Halo games. I feel like that counts, right? I've gone through the good and the bad. That's interesting. It like deletes the entire character when it scrolls off. I was just looking at how that's text editor. I'm totally screwing around. I'm just trying to look at this and see if I've assigned something incorrectly. The current is the output. Binding to... Why do they bind... 2-0 is... Right, okay, it's the result of the last one. Oh! No, that's right. It's the average. That's right. Something has got to be wrong here, right? Something's got to be wrong. Okay, well, I can't see it, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to make... Which is what I said I was going to do. I'm just going to try writing my own shader really quick. Just printing out, like... essentially the value of that. So I can go to debug. And maybe I do like debug shader. Shader. I'm gonna go to different music. I guess 2D is fine too. I don't know, I guess I'll just add a control node or something. So I will do color rect, layout, anchors, full, anchors, full, blinding. Now this, I thought, okay, maybe not. Oh, material. New shader material. New shader. Why is it a shader include? Just shader. Cool. I have never written a canvas item shader, so I don't know how that works. Check Discord. I will. Huh. Vertex fragment. Okay, makes sense. Not for human consumption? Okay. Just, alright. Peanut butter. Not for human consumption. Okay, so yeah, I'm just gonna be writing out my UV, essentially. Fragment. So I will have 0.5 over the square root of 2 pi O2. So I will make a uniform. Then S will be 0.5 over the square root of 2 times pi times O2. Like vec4. Let me do it that way. So UV will be start with UV, of course. And then, well, I guess what I would really do is just multiply it out here. So S times S times the exponent (0.5) UV x 0.5. In Valos, I'm going to float to vec2. Yeah, I guess there would just be float. Does that already look like nothing at all, I guess? Because I'm not quite there yet. The power. Okay, so power of this to 2 over times O2. Is this it? Strange that it's totally dark. It is weird that it's totally dark. Why is it like that? Why can I get like nothing to happen? Oh, because this is 0. Interesting. Okay, that's not what I expected. It's a plus. I mean, it's definitely not what it should have been. What is this? 1269873. 1269873. Right, but this is a good way of debugging shaders. This is actually just printing. I say printing. Doing the thing and then layering it on the screen. So what I would have expected is like a central thing. So what's happening over here is this gets up to like 4 and then it's divided by 2 or something like that, right? That's kind of what this does. So should I actually be multiplying these together? And then I would square root this. And this would go back to 1. Man, you know, that's what I thought, is that I was supposed to multiply it. But I guess not. Plus I need to then also make this stretch correctly. Which I don't know, I kind of thought about not doing that, but seeing how it looks, it definitely should be stretched. But yeah, this is definitely more what I expected to see now. And I guess I can also put it over I can compute a max. Okay, float would be equivalent to this, but, or sorry, negative 0.5 or 0. So now I get a smooth gradient. So I'm not like overexposing the middle, I guess. Okay. That's not a good curve. Well, the reason why I need it like this is because the values in the middle are counting for like more than 1, and the values out here are counting for 0. So when I have values counting for 0, I still have to make sure my average, my like total sum adds up to 1. Or I guess you could think of it like that. So these ones have to be counted for more than 1 to account for these ones out here that are just zeros. But this I just put in so I could actually see the inside, because I can't see what it looks like inside of that. But now I can if I divide it. So how would I do this? I would get, I think the size. Yeah, I should get the size of my, I think the fragment probably gives it to me. Normalize pixel size. Screen pixel size. Size of individual pixels equal to inverse of resolution. So I guess I just multiply it by screen pixel size. But that, I don't have that. I don't actually get that. I mean, let me just see if that even works. Interesting. Divide by the screen pixel size? Really? Huh? Inverse of resolution. Can I just get resolution? I think I'm getting like weirdly lightheaded. That was weird. I'm gonna stand up. Okay, that was just a really strange feeling. Okay, screen pixel size. Oh, is this like global built in? No. Okay, well, I know what the size is gonna be, so I guess I'll just figure that out. I want to match the vertical resolution so that it's a smooth circle vertically, or like the top and bottom is 0 to 1 and the sides would be multiplied by that factor. So x would be multiplied by Um, would I just be like... Is that what it would be? Okay, it seems like it kind of worked. I'm just gonna try it the other way and see. Okay, yeah. So definitely this value. And then would I have to subtract 1? Okay, not quite. Okay, so now it's correct in the middle. I guess what I would do is I would actually subtract it here. Can I do that? Cool. Awesome. So I would take UV, I would apply my transformation to it, and then I would multiply it by the resolution of the image. Yep. Yep. Yep, that's what I would do. That's what I would do. Okay. And then also, of course, I have to multiply and then square root it. Let me just see what happens if I don't do the square root. So yeah, that's not what I really expect, I think. I think I would want to see the values out here. Let me multiply this by 2 to get a bit brighter at the edges. I guess in theory I should multiply this by a very high value and I should start seeing... Yeah, I think at this point, going off of this graph, what 1.2 gives me, or 1269873. Where I definitely have values at like point. I should definitely be able to see things out to the edge, I think. And now I don't get my square root. Oh well. Cool. Yeah. Let me go and save this. Check Discord, some cool stuff I made. Very cool. What are those called? What are they called? I want to say gazebo, but I don't think it's actually... That may not be the right word. So they look like to me. Yeah, actually, yeah, it is a gazebo. Just like little small... like decorative thing for a garden. All right, I figured it out. It was multiplication all along. Yeah. And then a square root. Yeah, that looks more right to me. Okay, so method, of course, that is now multiplication, and this will be a square root. And then I will take UV. I think I will start UV as, yeah, actually it starts like that, yeah. Divided by size, and then I would say minus 0.5, and then I would say X multiplied by No, no, that's totally different in the game. Why is it completely different in the game? It was just straight up lying to me. Again, I've been lied to so many times about what my shader is doing. I don't know what to believe anymore. Is this correct now? When I look at the window, it's gonna get dark? Maybe. Now it is. Now it should be. It should definitely be exposing for the outside. Okay. I look over here. I show the outdoors. No change, no change, no change. Now it's getting dark. I straight up ran it. It looked... I looked at it in the 3D view. It looked good. I ran it. It was way too bright and garbage, and it seemed like it was doing it backwards, where the outsides of my screen is what it was exposing for. And then I hit close. I did nothing, and I hit run again, and now it works. What is going on? Why does this happen? This is super weird. Exposed for this. And then I look here. Awesome. Alright, I like that. That looks good now. How many times will it lie to me? I don't know. I even reloaded and it was still bugged. So dumb. So dumb. Okay. Let's add everything. Dynamic moon changed, which means I need to move this back to 0.8. And I should probably verify that the auto exposure works with I should probably verify the auto exposure works with the moon still. Maybe it'll even work better now. Because previously it was exposing to like a cross shape. I mean, yeah, it was already like blown out at 0.5. Grab my rifle. Zoom. It's kind of hard to see it right now. But I mean, it's kind of hard to see anything right now. Kind of fog. Right. Why does the moon seem to not be moving? Oh. I turned off time. I froze time. The color thing doesn't seem too insane now anymore. It's going pretty fast. So last time this was exposed correctly. So I did figure out how to expose it correctly. And detail is coming back as it gets darker. Detail is coming back. So yeah, previously the detail would actually be getting further and further away because it would be getting too dark. But the detail is back. But that can just be maybe, I don't know. There's even the idea that your auto exposure can be sensitive to certain objects. Making the moon, though, be sensitive to that, or the auto exposure be sensitive to the moon in particular, will be kind of difficult. I guess really what I would do is just probably look at the moon, freeze time, and print out like my dot product, and like look up here so it's not really centered, and then down here, you know, left and right, figure out how aligned I have to be. But I can see the moon now very clearly. I can still see everything here pretty fine. Can I tell that it's getting darker or not? I mean, I've been able to see this whole time, so definitely better. Really dark. I'm trying to turn up my screen, but I can't make a little black pixel any brighter. Cool. Alright. I can still see the moon. And I can still see here. Kind of. You know, as good as I want to be able to. Did I used to be able to see in here? Is my gun messing with the exposure? Let me run this again without the gun in my hand. I feel like I was able to see this room a little bit when it's still bright out. It's quite dark. It is quite dark in there. I don't feel like I should have been able to see in here at this time, but maybe I can't. All right. Okay, that's been fixed. I should send that. What did I just do? ARG5. I am at the proper time. Yes. Save all scenes. Cool. And a bunch of empty lines there, so I'm gotta fix that. Yeah, gotta fix that. Right, fixing this. I kind of thought I should just be able to hit Control S and it would get rid of those, but I guess not. I think it definitely should. Maybe that's an editor setting that I turned off somehow. Yeah, trim trailing white space on save, and it doesn't do that for every file for some reason. Cool. Debug shaders was just testing that. And then this is doing the transforms and proper stuff. Cool. How much did that affect my frame rate? What are we looking at right now? The difference is imperceptible. Really, I actually don't see anything changing. 180, 190. It's like 10 FPS at this, so maybe 10 FPS. Maybe more like 5. Could be even less. Cool. Right. So I am fix auto exposure screen function at debug shader. All right, so fix the screen UV function for auto exposure. Then add simple debug scene to view shader results. Cool. Oh, I see the other thing you sent. Those are, yeah, it's like the tops of towers. That's funny. They also kind of work for, like, if you were to put them in a garden, they would also work there, I think. Okay. Now can I do white balance? Now am I at white balance? Looking up that? Looking that up? I almost feel like I don't really need to do it now because it doesn't look really bad. It actually doesn't look bad at all until I am I'm trying to get it to like change color. I can't get it to dramatically change color. Let's go to 0.5. I mean, I guess I kind of can. Yeah, you look at the sky and the red gets way more sensitive, so it looks... You look at the ground, the blue gets really sensitive, so then you look up and it's super blue. Okay, so yeah, I definitely have to figure that out. What I'm thinking is there's just kind of like some limit, and perhaps each value receives, so like blue will receive some value from green, and green receives some value from red, and red from green, and blue from green. Right? So now to look at white balance. Balance. Algorithm. What is this? Not very useful. Closed. Seeking recommendations for software libraries. Okay. The white balance command automatically adjusts the colors of the active layer by stretching the red, green, and blue channels separately. It discards pixel colors at each end of the red, green, blue histograms, which are used by only 0.05% of pixels in the image, and stretches the remaining range as much as possible. Pixel colors, which occur very infrequently at the outer edge of the histogram, do not negatively influence the minimum and maximum values for stretching the histograms. In comparison with stretch contrast. Yeah, this is another thing that I thought I should do. Using histograms instead. Of the brightest and darkest pixels. Are the hues between brightest and darkest too different? Go with the bright pixel. If the dark isn't near black, go with the bright pixel. Why even look at the dark pixel? Sometimes the dark pixel is not near black and hints at the ambient light or fog or haze. RGB to HSV. Python. Hilarious. Percentile, MI and MA. Very loud. Okay. A loud truck just went by. What is that? Channel? Channel. For channel in CV2 split. Just to average the red, green, blue, use that as a white balance point. Yeah. I should really probably figure out how to use histograms. But then I'll have to figure out how to make that into a shader, though. Which is essentially just how can you parallelize it. Because it's one thing to like just, you know, progressively take an average of a value. And it's another thing to like bucket them all into places. And then read those buckets and say, all right, the largest bucket is going to be our exposure point. And then same thing for white balance. They use a histogram. So they take essentially they chop off the brightest and darkest red, or brightest and darkest pixels, basically. And then it picks the middle of that, I suppose, to be oh, that's an operation on the values. That's not like an operation where you compute a value or a multiplier for every pixel. Although it's kind of, I mean, I guess what I would do, um, can I merge auto exposure and maybe I should split them. Put auto exposure back to just a single multiplier over the whole scene. And then have a separate, maybe not even a shader, but just on the CPU side, then I can run some kind of white balancing scheme. Ah. What is this? Source code. An ANSI C implementation is provided. How old is this? 2011. Figures 1 to 9 from left to right, original image, and as results by RGB color balance. With S 0, 1, 2, and 3% of pixels saturated. Okay. So original image and then color balanced. Which this one kind of looks like the best, and this one gets way too green. From left to right, original image with S equals 0%. S equals 1%. And 1% is optimal. Okay. A black and white image. Okay. It's completely unnatural. This image in completely unnatural blue light is often used to illustrate color balance. I mean, I can only go so far too. I can't do like our eyes don't really do this, I think. This would still look blue at some point. This one, I can't even tell the difference between these images. These are just the same image. I don't see anything. Like maybe this red boat. But what's really weird is that they have these cuts that are happening. They're just like removing portions of color and then multiplying the rest. This looks insane. This one looks, I would say, that is maybe brighter, and this one I don't like. 1% is not good. There's no real good solution for the sunset image? Yeah. Yeah, it looks like they're just straight up stretching it out. That's why those cuts appear, because they're just stretching the pixels. They're not actually multiplying the pixels. Original image already had cuts in it. Color perception theory. And this is also kind of like a little bit of exposure, because this one gets way brighter. I want to see like anything, any change. Oh, the backlighting problem. Oh, is that what it means? This huge increase up here like prevents you from being able to do any color balancing. This one got brighter. Standard test image. Was that even used? I don't remember seeing that one. Sorting? They didn't even use this. They didn't even use this image. It's funny. What should I do? I think it might be smarter to pull off RGB from the auto exposure and treat that as like my iris. And then run run less frequent calculations on CPU, where I'll just read the screen texture and try to start white balancing for that. Although it would have to be averaged over a long time. I'm trying to think. There is a way that there's definitely a way you can set it up so that even if I, for a brief moment, look at something really bright and totally change like my color, my white balance target, I guess, it won't have a huge effect. It'd be like as it should be, it would be like imperceptible. If I'm wearing like orange goggles or something, and I take them off for a second, everything would look super blue, and then I put them back on, and then it's like nothing ever happened. So, or it's like, it'd be like it wouldn't be like I took them off and I put them back on and everything looks blue again, right? There's like a slow response. I mean, I guess that would just be taking a picture, checking the target, and saying, all right, let's very slowly start moving towards our target. You know, with like minutes. And that I could just do like every second. I would. Maybe not like every second. Maybe a little bit more frequently than that. Because I think it is still the thing that if, going back to the analogy with the orange goggles, if I were to take off the orange goggles, everything would look blue, I would say for probably like 30 seconds, and then I would feel like I'm back to normal. I guess that would just be tuning how fast it moves to the target. Because I definitely want such situations where it's like night, you're standing in like, you're using like a red light or something, and you're just seeing red, and very slowly over time you get the blue color would start to get boosted up more and more to make the red look a little more balanced to white. And then if you were in this dark area and then you suddenly turn around and walk outside, your blue is really high. The blue sensitivity is really high, so everything looks super blue outside for, you know, probably like 30 seconds or a minute or something. I think I should do this because this is a pretty complicated thing. This would be like literally taking histograms, chopping off both ends, you know, so you're not getting the brightest pixels, and then stretching that out. Or I would say, essentially, what multiplier do you have to apply to get the darkest pixels up, you know, to move red higher? Because like I said, if I'm modeling it after reality, it would essentially just be a multiplier for sensitivity of a certain color. Okay, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna go ahead and pull out all of the color stuff from exposure and just leave that be brightness. And then I will have a much slower system that is individual color response. There was a graph that I saw. So like who was it? It was something I was looking at recently. I was just looking for like auto exposure. I got here, and then I went to this is kind of interesting, although I don't really think it's too useful. Someone here had white balance and physically based. This was the chart I was looking for. Although I don't really know how that really helps me. As you can see though, the blue is way more sensitive at, I guess, sensitive? I don't know, which way is it? Sensitivity equals the reciprocal of the exposure. Okay, so higher is more sensitive. So yeah, I guess, you know, your blue sensitivity is very wide. You have a very wide range and it's consistently higher than red, right? Although I would like to get numbers on this. Numbers would be nice. How does he compute this? What color correction is he using? Set the white balance for tungsten. $3,000 Kelvin. I gotta figure out what these actually translates to. What these actually translate to. When you say a temperature, what is it actually doing? Alright, well, I will be right back. heck? Wrong thing. That. Okay. All right. So I gotta figure out what it might be helpful. Essentially what it means to color balance for temperatures. Well, like, what does that mean? White balance temperature permission denied. What is that? Search. What is the math behind white balance? Fortunately, often there are white objects. Check people's eyes. Okay. He means like, well, that's not helpful at all. I mean, like, what? Why did he mark this as the answer? This is so stupid. What is the math behind white balance algorithms? As in, there are white balance algorithms that exist. What do they do? And he just says, forget about that. Just look at the brightest pixel. You know, what? No, that straight up is not an answer to the question. That is a very clear question. All right, so what does this mean? I have a temperature. What does that mean? I want to know what this means. All right, let's just say I already know it. What do I do when I know it? Okay, unhelpful. All right. It's in the metadata of the image. The principle of the auto algorithm. Is this the website that I was already on? No. Like, I want to know what computers do. I don't want to learn how to white balance. I want to learn I want to know how computers do it. As at least like a starting point. Because you clearly put in like a color temperature. And something happens. Are these find the green student? What? Yes, I get it, it's complex. But what do computers do? 0 to 255 range of 8-bit JPEGs from a known white part of the screen to be where the red, green, and blue channels are all 255. So take that pixel from the image and that. Then you know the channels need to be modified to make RGB 255. Typically green is left alone and the red and blue channels are multiplied to skew them to green. The red multiplier would be 1.275 and the blue multiplier would be that. Okay. Should I even be looking at this? Because my theory is that I would just base it off of what your eyes do. Where if we're lacking a lot of blue if you're like blue cones, blue rods and cones are lacking stimulation, which just means the image is lacking blue light, they will become more sensitive to blue light, thereby increasing the amount of blue light that you see up to a point. Robust. Some matrices. YUV. YUV. Alright, what is this? This could be useful. Maybe. A robust automatic white balance algorithm is proposed in this paper using extracting gray color points in images for color temperature estimation. A gray color point is a point where R, G, and B components are equivalent under the canonical light source. A little color deviation of the gray color point from gray under different color temperature is used to estimate the color temperature of the light source. No. So what does this mean? You would, in an image, you would find two gray colors, and then in theory, be able to figure out I don't know about that. That doesn't seem right to me. Accurate post-capture white balance. The in-camera imaging pipeline consists of several routines that render the sensor's scene referred raw RGB image of the final display referred standard RGB image. Is white balance? White balance is performed to normalize the color cast caused by the scene's illumination, which is often described using correlated color temperature. White balance is applied early in the in-camera pipeline and is followed by a number of nonlinear color manipulations. Because of these nonlinear steps, it is challenging to modify an image's white balance with a different color temperature in the sRGB image. As a result, if an sRGB image is processed with a wrong color temperature, the image will have a strong color cast that cannot be easily corrected. To address this problem, we propose an imaging framework that renders a small number of tiny versions of the original image, each with different white balance color temperatures. Interesting. Interesting. Can't use that. Can I just find, do I really just need to look at this? Spectral sensitivity curves. And just set my blue, green, and red and say, oh man. what would I do with this? So there's kind of an issue. One of the issues is that, I guess this demonstrates it, that light sources are a wide spectrum of wavelengths. And we have essentially 3 colors that we can see, which is blue, green, and red. But red could really be anywhere inside of here. So you could have a red light that has a bunch of blue, a bunch of green, and a whole lot of red. Or you could have a red light that is just a single, like a single wavelength of bright red and nothing else. Or you could have a single wavelength of bright red, or like 3 different wavelengths of red plus some blue or green. But you would never see those because you just only see the red. So my thinking is that somehow I need to treat incoming blue, green, red as essentially a white, or I guess a black body source of light. So if I see any red, that would imply there exists some blue, no matter what. If I see blue, that implies there exists some red, essentially. And of course green, as it demonstrates here, green is sensitive to blue and red light, which is why in luminance calculations you would very often use like 0.7 green as your calculation for luminance, and then very, very little red and even less blue. I don't know, I'm just like trying to like say it out loud to see if I can figure out what exactly what method I'm going to use here. Because I can't just say, oh, there's not enough green, okay, bump up the green. I have to also bump up the blue and the red when I bump up the green. Or no, not even that. I would say, how much green is there? And the value for how much green I have would include blue and include red. If I ask how much red do I have, I would look at some red, but I would also look at a bunch of green and some blue, essentially. But what are those values? Maybe I have a hint from this. Maybe I have a hint from this. So, I mean, I guess this matrix does have subtractions in there. So essentially what I would look for is a matrix. I would take a red, green, blue value, and I would get a red, green, blue value out for how much to balance it. So if I have a bunch of green and a little bit of red, the result would say, you know, the green would come down and the red would come up a little bit, essentially. It would say, yeah, I didn't read much red in that image, but I know that green implies the existence of red to some degree, so I added some red into the result, even though there was no red to begin with. And same thing for blue. That must exist, right? Like a luminance matrix? I'm just gonna look up, straight up type in matrix. Because I feel like it's not just this. RGB must be linearized before applying the coefficients. Right. Is this something I should do? Because I see this a lot. And I don't do this in my tone map. I have the linear to sRGB. Or sRGB to linear. Should I do sRGB to linear when I compute? Or am I already in linear? This is what I don't understand. Perceived lightness is non-linear to light. Yeah. Oh, it's already linear. Convert a gamma encoded RGB to a linear value. Oh, right. Wait, what is this? The threshold? Wait a second. 4045, not 3928. I've got... a wonder here about this. I think it's actually... I don't actually know. Where is it at? Not here. Atmosphere. No. Nope. Okay. So I was thinking I would be looking at this value here, the 0031308, but I guess that's maybe not what they're talking about, because this value, although it starts with a 3, wait, 0, this one's way smaller than what I have. Yeah. What even is this? This is the threshold. Oh 04, 045. what? 0, 4. Am I like abusing these colors? Is that why it always looked like it was way too bright? Because this lambda was wrong? Because I got this from this shader. This is where this one came from. (31308). sRGB. Wait. The linear value. A gamma encoded RGB to a linear value. Okay, so it's not exact. B prime is a gamma encoded R, G, or B channel. So this is probably wrong, because 12.92 is what this uses. 12.92. Linear. That is funny that they say linear sRGB. Gamma correct for linear RGB. Let me see this. Should this really be... What is it? 04045? Whoa. Interesting. 2,4. Power of 1 over 2,4. Okay, so this is actually supposed to be like an inverse of that, right? I think I messed with that value before, and I found that changing it pretty much like ruined the image. So I guess that's still right, because a small change there did mess with the image. Yeah, this is 12. Okay, these are multiplications, and those are divisions. Right, okay. So what do I do here? Because this is important. Here. I have inverse gamma, or inverse luminance. Well, I have gamma correct. Okay, but I think this is fine. And then luminance. This is, I don't remember this anymore. What is this? This is inverting, yeah. This is the inversion of this one. Spectral to RGB gives me, uses this, the inverse, or does it? No, wait. Who calls gamma correct? Sun color. No, sorry, I wanted to know who calls the inverse luminance. That's what I wanted to know. Compute sky intensity. I read in the color. And then I pass it through here. Which maybe this should actually be a division by 12.92 instead. And then, or I guess rather I would, yeah, I perform this step. I would perform this step. And then, so I've undone the color change. And then I have to linearize it. Okay, I think I've totally messed up a bunch of this stuff, so. So this should be a division by 12.92. Right. I'm messing with something else, but yeah, I divide it, or if it's, I guess this is the thing that I would do. If it's less than 0.04045, I divide it by that. Because this doesn't have a gamma correction applied to it, does it? It does not. It's not. It's not. It's not. It's not. It is linear. Okay, undo that. I'm really not sure what this factor is. I'm just gonna leave it. It looks good. Maybe it's not entirely correct, but it does look good. Because I should already have a linear function. You know, what's 256 divided by this value? What is that? .64. So I'm multiplying it by 256 and then dividing by 17, which is the effect of multiplying by 14.64. I should have wrote down where this number came from, because I don't know where this number came from. It came from somewhere. Color stuff is crazy. Find perceived lightness. Where y is limited 0 to 1. Okay. weird. Dude, everyone has the correct algorithm, man. Um, wait, CIE XYZ color space? So why is this JavaScript? This kind of looks like what I'm looking for. Although the X seems strange. I thought it would have something like this, but I guess not. Would I have to derive this myself? To figure out. Alright, well, let me look at this. CIE. This guy. What is this? Is this that, like, is this that thing? It is that thing. So what is it? It's like X and Y, and then you have Z, which is this value. Actually, wait, I remember that this was actually not as good. I remember that OK Lab was actually like... The OK Lab color space came out to actually be way better at representing colors with a much simpler transformations. Device independent color designed to improve perceptual uniformity, hue, lightness prediction. Okay, those models fitted with improved color appearance data. The new fit addresses issues such as unexpected hue and lightness changes in blue colors. It does an okay adequate job and is based on the 3 color space coordinates LAB. L for perceptual lightness, A and B for opponent channels of the 4 unique hues. 4? What? 4 unique hues? Unbounded bit of practice range from -0.5 to 0.5. A for green, negative to red, positive. Blue, negative to yellow, positive. What is this? Converting from, whereas first converting to that. Why are they talking about to and from? Super confused. Converting from SRB requires first converting to CIE XYZ. Map from linear RGB to XYZ. The hell? Image blending or processing for which gamma expanded linear as RGB color space is more appropriate. Really? Where? So I shouldn't use this? I don't know. The gamma expanded linear RGB. Where did that number come from? That came from Godot, right? That number actually came from Godot. This... This does linear RGB from spectral sample. So this gives me linear... They say sRGB? Is that what it's called? Is it linear sRGB? Linear RGB. Why do they say linear sRGB? I feel like that's not a thing. I feel like that's been misnamed. No gamma encoding. The sRGB linear space. Color aid. Okay. except that the transfer function is linear light. Zero to one, 0 to 1. Range denotes in gamut colors. Color space supports an extended range beyond the gamut. Linear sRGB. What does that mean? The transfer function. I feel like there's something I'm missing about this. I really want to find out where this 17 value comes from, because I feel like I might be wrong. Transfer function. Okay. Gamma. An sRGB image contains RGB values for each pixel. Why are they prime? The mapping from these values to intensity is a non-linear transfer function, which is the combination of a linear function at low brightness values and a displaced power law for the rest of the range. Okay. Linear intensities RGB are derived using that. This function is quite close to R to the 222.2, however, for low values, the difference is perceptible. The inverse function is that. Okay. So he uses the bottom one, right? Yeah, multiply it minus that to the power of 1 over 24. And 003138. Okay. Okay. Then sRGB intensity is red, and this function's slope in log space blue, which is the instantaneous gamma. Below a compressed value of 0.04045, the curve is linear, so the gamma is 1. Behind the red curve is a dashed black curve, showing an exact gamma 2-2 law. Okay. All right. Deriving the transfer function. Chose 2.24 and then computed C. Right. To make the curve approximately continuous. Essentially, this is just like mapping, you know, the values to the actual intensity of the pixel on your screen, because the pixel reads sRGB, right? But when you want to modify it, you should convert that to linear RGB before you do anything with it, and then bring it back so that it looks good on your screen on an sRGB monitor. That's at least how I'm understanding it and what this curve means. Right. sRGB intensity. Right. Yeah, essentially how bright it makes the light on the screen. The log space, or the slope in log space. And then at low light levels, it becomes a linear transform, or a linear. Yeah. A wonder now about the sky. Yeah, let me go ahead and pull off the RGB stuff. So we're just using the red channel and using that as a luminance multiplier. Where is it? Here it is. Used for intermediate textures. Okay. This can go back to a float. And yeah, I will do this. And in fact, I'll actually use my own luminance values. I think I am using my own already. 721750. Yeah. Oh man. So this comes in as sRGB. So I have to linearize it. sRGB contains this, to intensity is a nonlinear transfer function. So I have to... Linear intensity RGB values are derived this way with this function. So I guess I would just do like the step function and then use the mix. So the idea here is I pretty much just use linear to not linear. So it was essentially like vec3a. I guess I can just kind of copy how he does it. Where you compute A is the division, B is the power, and then step is that, and then you mix ABC. Also, I really don't understand why mine comes out so different. I guess because I don't want. Maybe what I would do is actually not clamp the value, but I would still gamma correct it. I don't know, I have to figure that out. Because I end up getting a linear, and I should be displaying it in nonlinear. I can figure that out later, I think. So I'm getting sRGB values, nonlinear. Have to linearize them to compute, I guess, yeah, take out the, essentially undo the gamma thing that, well, okay, hang on. As input, I guess it really does matter what I'm getting as input here. Is Godot applying a transformation at the very end? Or is it just writing the buffer out as it gets it? Good questions. I guess I could see at the very end. Flags convert to sRGB. Flags convert to sRGB. So I'm getting it as linear. Is that the case? Convert to sRGB. Settings. Where does this come from? Nothing. Is there anything here that defines? I don't understand why it has that. Why it may or may not convert. Glow environment. This is where a lot of those settings were. It was right next to a lot of those. On the review port, 2D rendering will use a high dynamic range format frame buffer matching the bit depth of the 3D frame buffer. This will be an RGB 16 frame buffer, while when using mobile render, it will take that. Will take place in linear color space and will be converted to sRGB color space immediately before lighting to the screen. This means the end result of the viewport will not be clamped and can be used in 3D rendering without color space adjustments. This allows 2D rendering to take advantage of effects requiring high dynamic range. If I do this, does it? Interesting. Everything is changing when I do this. That's really weird. Why does it look like that? Is this my tone mapper? That's really weird. It's not. I mean, why does that look a lot better though? This looks way better. I mean, the gizmos are like, I'm looking at the top right. Weird. I don't really understand what's going on with that. Why that suddenly just makes things actually look better. VRS, scaling 3D. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, well, I guess I'm gonna leave that on. Let me continue fixing fixing this, I guess. So I would compute A, which would be 12.92 divided by... So this means I get it as... No, this means I get it as linear. It comes to me as linear. Or it has to be linear. Right, I already have it linear. Never mind. Okay, I already have it linear. So I don't do this. That's fine, probably. So I can write this. When I read, I use float. Previous luminance is just going to be the red value. These no longer need vec3s. And I would just be writing average out. Just be reading near the red channel. This would just be 0. Okay, auto exposure. Does this look okay on the stream, actually? I just considered that. I need to like look at this. Okay, so that's how that looks right now. We'll go back. This is editor settings. Viewport. So it kind of just looks the same. It's a little bit brighter, but here it looks way brighter. Which is kind of honestly how I would like it to look. Okay. Maybe I should not have that on, actually. I like that this stuff is brighter, but I think this is actually probably not correct. Yeah. Wow, my other monitor looks like really... The red is really, not red. It's like a very light red color. Not sure what's up with that. I mean, but like... Those look nice in the top one. These looked really nice when that was turned on. But for some reason it turns on for everything else. It makes it a little too bright. Oh well. So now, what is it? Tone map is reading a red value. It should not be multiplying by the whole thing. Exposure comes in as a float. And this would be red, and then just exposure scale. I guess I have to re-import it. Oh, I'm printing a lot of errors all of a sudden. Okay. Okay, I'm still getting this. Set to 0 binding 1. Image store, no matching overloaded function found. Oh, is it supposed to be spec 4? How do they write it? They do. Okay. 99. Can I convert high P to float? Or the vector 3, of course. Hey, Tabaxi Hunter. How long have I been working on this? A little over... I worked on it for like 2 months, but not very much for those 2 months a long time ago. And now I've been working on it for a little over a month. Is this working now? Yeah, looks like it. Cool. I'm currently working on getting lighting all together so that I can have, I guess, good transitions from day to night. And the next thing I'm going to be working on right after this is white balance, simulating like how your eye adjusts to low light settings, or just situations where the color is very different. So like if you're sitting underneath an orange light for long enough, things are going to start looking white to you and not orange anymore. And when you walk away from that, then everything looks really blue. That kind of thing. Or rather, just in that case, your red sensitivity would drop. So things would look, red stuff would look less red. So yeah, I'm using... Where did it go? Yeah, I'm using this function now. They said this looked like it was overexposed. Does it look like that? I really want situations where you can be inside of a building that has a bunch of red or like really orange lights, and you're in there for a long time, and then you walk outside and everything looks super blue. Or even the opposite of that, you're inside of some area with a bunch of really blue lights, and then you would leave that area and things look really orange. This doesn't look overexposed to me. This looks, I mean, this looks as bright as I should think it would be. As I would think it should be. As I would think it should be. So let me change it to night. and see how that looks. Like leaving a cinema? I mean, I guess it wouldn't really be quite the same because you're not really watching like a single color source for a while. But definitely, like if you're in a room, my analogy that I've been using is I would snowboard and I would have these goggles that make everything look really, really orange. And it's really helpful to see detail in the snow. So that's why they're orange. But when you put them on, you're like, wow, everything is super orange. And after like an hour, you don't even realize it anymore. And then you take them off and everything is way too blue looking. And that's just like your eyes. Yeah, this doesn't look bright. This doesn't look like it's overly bright. So I wonder why they took that out. Why they didn't do that. But yeah, that kind of... Yeah, they used to do this max value for luminance. And they had this commented out saying this doesn't look good because it's too bright. I don't get that. Okay, well, honestly, I feel like this is probably a good value. I don't think I need to make this a parameter. And this would be padding out to... Is that Hyperland? I am using Hyperland, yeah. So 20, this is 24, 28, 32, so this should be a Vec 3. Thanks for following. Tabaxi Hunter. Right. Okay. And then I'm going to take this out because I actually like where that's at. There. This is weird. Sometimes it just breaks. I'm not sure why. Okay. It just decided to stop working. Pipeline requires 48 bytes. What did I do? I did something wrong. I think I remember. It's a okay. It's a thing where the... Okay. So this should be what, like float 3? Is that what I have to write? I can't just do... This starts at 20, goes to 24, then to 28. Am I thinking about this right? Because I think a vector 3 takes up 4 bytes and not 3. Or 4 slots, not 3 slots. Okay, now it's all right. Okay. All right. What have I done? I have so many windows open. All right, I will be right back to take the dog out. I'm back. Right, so I'm just pretty much just sending this. Although this needs to change back. Alright. That number keeps changing. It keeps going from 0 shadows enabled to like 0.65 with shadows disabled. Why? In fact, I'm gonna restore that because that change is getting really annoying. I've seen that a few times now. It keeps flipping back and forth between those two. So this goes back to red. Those constants come out. There's no padding, it's all floats. And then that is just a whole multiplier now. Okay. Move color information from auto exposure. Shader. Yep. Now I still got to figure out some way. I think what I really need is just a matrix that gets me from a red, green, blue value to a temperature red, green, blue value. So like red always gives you some blue, things like that. And maybe a lot of red kind of removes blue. Which this one looks like it, I mean, it's kind of close. I wonder if I can just merge the middle channel here. These two are basically both sides of green, which this one actually takes off. Or this is the red side of green, and this is the blue side of green. Is essentially what these are. Green would contribute positively to blue here, and it would contribute negatively to red if I were to merge these. I wonder if there's a... I wonder if there's a kind of... Would that... Okay, I have no idea. Do any of these make sense? Would I be able to use this color model and just like assume that is the color values? XYZ values must be scaled so that Y is 1. So just divide by Y. The SRG specification assumes a dimly lit encoding environment. Dimly lit. I mean, I guess. I think what I really want to look for, let me try to find this. This might be, yeah, sure, reload. This might be useful. I'm looking for, honestly, close that one. I don't need that. And then here, sorry, there. And then let me search for, I think it's like temperature. Color from temperature. I don't see it there. Color from temperature. They do, wait, XYY space. UV. Temperature expressed in kelvins, valid range 1000 to that. First converts to 1960, then to sRGB. Filament documentation. Is this still a live link? Wait, Google's GitHub? What? I don't think that actually works. I think I have to do... Yeah. This is bright. Think? Okay, wait. Do I... Wait. Essentially, I want to convert... Okay, so here... Maybe I need to, like, lay out my theory here. So, I take an RGB value. I essentially just take an average red, green, and blue value. Or more like a bucketed red, green, blue value. So I have 3 values. And then I would apply some transformation to these so that I can get more of the response that your eyes would actually have, right? So green includes a little bit of red, and green is even a multiplied response, so green is more sensitive than red. Blue would include a little bit of green, and blue is a what is it? I guess essentially if I'm thinking about it, I'm thinking about having like some kind of sensitivity parameter, which is different for green, for red, green, and blue. In order, it would be green, red, and blue sensitivity. And then I would have essentially an auto exposure applied to each of those channels separately, which would allow blue sensitivity to drop or to grow way higher than red or green. And my thought was that by converting this to a temperature, or this could help me to find the transform that I would apply to get my like response values. So whenever I see green, that means, or whenever I see red, that means green is activated slightly. Whenever I see blue, green is also activated slightly. When I see green, that also means red and blue are activated slightly. So I thought is maybe I can find something here that might demonstrate this. This is just a XYZ again. Which I felt like I thought was wrong because I see this inclusion of red on the blue channel, which makes me think that XYZ is the wrong way to go. And also a very negative effect on red from the green channel, as well as these also being just negative. So I was thinking that I can't use that. So I probably can't, right? Yeah. This one is weird. Convert to XYY space. I don't know what that is. XYY. They take in a temperature, U and V. I don't know, maybe I should just look it up. Maybe I'm not gonna find anything here, I just need to like look it up. Human eye color response. Sensitivity, color sensitivity? Yeah, something like this. lightcolorvision.org. Page broke? Nope, here it is. I was hoping for individual. All right. Spectral sensitivity, Wikipedia. Of A, the eye. Normalized responsivity. So it even looks like SML. It even looks like blue is sensitive to red, slightly. This is normalized. Where does this come from? Who did this? Because what I would really want is not a normalized value. I want to know like the full range, I guess. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . Maybe I can find this just in sRGB. What am I looking for? This is weird. I want to know. Should probably add an I. I really don't know what I'm trying to look for here. What is that? Human photoreceptors projected a known amount of light directly. Normalized absorbance. Microspectrophotometry. But 4 classes of photopigments as shown in the above graph. All of the curves do not represent the color of the photopigments. The wavelength of maximum absorbance is indicated at the top of each curve. The 420 curve is the short wavelength cones. 498 is for the rods. Okay, maybe I don't understand how that eye works. And the 543 and 564 curves are for the middle and long wavelength cones. The absolute. That dim light and dark adapted conditions, our rod receptors are more sensitive than our cone receptors. So rods are not color light. They're just a single thing, and they detect blue light, which is why it looks blue. Not that we have red, green, and blue rods. We have one type. At high levels of illumination, the rod receptors saturate. Saturation means that after a certain level of illumination, the rod response ceases to increase, even though the illumination level continued to increase. Straight edge near. These graphs are so silly. Could I get the data? I would like to just have the data. It is not difficult to adjust a blue and red light to be approximately equal in brightness. What is this? This feels like an incomplete page. Alright, I've seen this exact graph before. Let me try to locate that. He put it up here and he cited somebody. Somewhere he cites somebody. No, this is back one, and then up here he cites somebody. Psych course. Excessively human-centric. Okay. I believe we know probably literally nothing about other animals, so. Okay. The human eye contains 3 types of photoreceptors. Rods, cones, and intrinsically... What? Rods and codes are responsible for vision, and connected to that are connected to body clock functions in other parts of the brain, but not the visual cortex. Cone photoreceptors are that in shape and contain cone as their visual pigments. 3 types of cone photoreceptors, each being maximally sensitive to a specific wavelength of light. Rod photoreceptors only contain 1 type of photopigment, which has a peak sensitivity and a wavelength of approximately 500 nanometers. Okay. I'm getting it now. Normalized. Can I see not normalized? Normalized. 1980. Light adaptation. Ugh. Occurs over a period of 5 minutes. Using increment threshold experiments, light adaptation can be measured clinically. Increment threshold experiment, test stimulus is presented on a background of a certain luminance. Stimulus is increased until the detection threshold is reached against the background. Dark light. What? Intensity increment threshold. Why is it written that way? That's impossible to read. I mean, I just read it, but that's really difficult to read. Okay. At saturation, the rod system becomes unable to detect the stimulus. This section of the curve occurs for the cone mechanism under high. For a single system, just rods or just cones is taken in isolation. It can be seen to possess 4 sections. The visual system is usually compared with a theoretical construct called the ideal light detector. To detect the stimulus must sufficiently exceed the fluctuations of the background noise. Wait, what? Accelerating. Okay. Interesting. So you'd use red light to be able to see, but then you can turn it off and you maintain your... You haven't messed with your rod cells, right? Okay. I would like to really find this, like the original data for this, because everyone shows it normalized. I want to see the original values. Maybe this is it. Ooh, numbers. Can I see it? PDF. Oh. Mean absorbance. I lost my spot. The mean absorbance spectrum for rods had a peak, and a mean transverse absorbance was. So those are probably the values I'm looking for, aren't they? Mean transverse absorbance. When they say 0.027, is that? At a peak at this. They still don't say what the peak is. Okay, so I've probably lost it now. Is it here? This is what I searched, and I got here. And then I would probably want to look at this one. Then no. This one. Where does this come from? Fujifilm. Is this of the eyes? Oh, this is a film. Perceptual effects and real-time tone mapping. This might be what I'm looking for. Tremendous progress in the development and accessibility of high dynamic range technology that has happened just recently results in fast proliferation of HDR synthetic image sequences and captured HDR video. When processed, can lead to very convincing and realistic results even when presented on traditional low dynamic range display devices. Real-time local contrast compression, tone mapping. Points of HDR image perception effects such as visual acuity, glare, day and night vision. Pros a unified model that includes all of those effects into a common computational framework. Okay. We develop a post-processing module which can be added as the final stage of any real-time rendering system, game engine, or digital video player. That might be exactly what I'm looking for. Introduction. Tone mapping. Gaussian profile is used to construct the scales of the pyramid for local dodging and burning in the tone map. Okay. That's a very strangely familiar formula. Although it's not, it doesn't include a multiplication by 2 and a square root. Interesting. Sensitivity of rods, loss of visual acuity. Okay. Human vision operates in 3 distinct adaptation conditions: scotopic, mesopic, and photopic. The photopic and mesopic vision provide color vision. However, in scotopic, only the rods are active. Color discrimination is not possible. Cones start to lose their sensitivity at 3.4. Completely insensitive, where the rods are dominant. Okay. We model the sensitivity of that where Y denotes the luminance. Sensitivity of rods. Okay. I actually really like that. Loss of visual acuity. What does that function though? The sensitivity value describes the perception using rods, using cones only. Color, right. Sections 2, 3, and 2, 4, respectively. That's funny. He's citing his own section. Visual acuity. Perception of spatial details in the human vision is not perfect and becomes limited with a decreasing illumination level. The performance of visual acuity is defined by the highest resolvable spatial frequency and has been investigated in 1997. Following function fit to the data provided by Shaler. Y denotes luminance and RF is the highest resolvable spatial frequency in cycles per degree of the visual angle. What does that mean? What's the red line? Just a value like 21. Thought of the highest resolvable spatial frequency. Wait. Oh, is this like how blurry the image becomes when it gets dark? Loss of visual acuity on a display. We need to map the visual degrees to pixels in the viewing distance. Typical observation, 15-inch screen from half a meter at 1024 resolution. We assume 45 pixels per degree of visual angle. Okay, so maybe I won't include that though. Maybe I just don't do that, I think. Veiling luminance. Scattering of light. Glare. Okay, yeah, glare. Such an effect cannot be naturally evoked while perceiving an image on a display due to different viewing conditions and limited maximum luminance of such devices. Count for about tone mapping. Plot of the profiles of the Gaussian kernel. Maybe I need to understand what they mean when they do this. What they mean when they say that. Discrete time step between display of 2 frames. Okay. Oh man, should I really just sit down and read all this? I probably should. This is probably really close to what I want. They have this, which is very nice. Essentially, I guess I would just take when I mean, they actually say at the end they provide a module. A module. What do they mean when they provide a module? Hardware implementation. The final pixel intensity value. This includes glare, which I would kind of really like, honestly. At least for looking at very bright light sources like the sun. It would be cool if I could get that glow in my own shader with pretty minimal. Oh man, with a minimal shader. This is funny. This guy's name, Good Night. And he's writing about night vision. RGB notes the tone mapped intensities. RGB, the original HDR values. Y is the luminance, L is the tone mapped luminance, and O is the scotopic sensitivity. Which constant coefficients and the monochromatic part account for the blue shift of the subjective hue of colors for the night vision senses. For night scenes. I just added 2 words there. Okay, I'm gonna sit down and read through this, and I will not be reading it out loud. This is very dense. This is some pretty small font, and this is already at like 120% zoom. Okay. Okay. I wonder if visual acuity is just a multiplier to. I mean, it feels like it's a blur. It feels like they're talking about a blur. Yeah, I wonder how they actually implement that. Although I don't think I want it. In fact, I could say I really don't want it because I think there's no reason to simulate that. If your screen is dark, it's already dark. Your eyes are already limited, are already starved for light. And they struggle to see. Though perhaps it might be good because if the scene is dark but then exposed to be brighter to match what the eye would actually perceive, then you're looking at bright pixels on the screen, so you're not really starved for light. So adding in this blur might actually look pretty cool. I don't know. At the very least, it would give you a reason to want a flashlight. You would be like, okay, I really need my flashlight. Let me go turn on my flashlight instead of just using night vision. I think my dog is barking, but I don't know. He's not barking anymore. Okay, I'm gonna read through this. Not out loud though. Can I make this black and white? Whoa. Oh, that's typing. I don't want to type. Can I really not make this, like, invert the contrast on this? Oh well. Papers are probably meant to be red, black text on white background. Okay. Hey, Danilin, 500 cigarettes? What? I am reading what could be an excellent resource for doing what I want to do with light and stuff like that. But I think this may not actually include this may not include white balancing, perhaps. You will go insane? No, I really like this stuff. I have read many papers on just graphics related things. Reinhardt. Or sorry, Reinhard. What is the name of this? Do I have the name of this wrong? It is Reinhard. I've been saying Reinhardt. Oh my gosh. Funny. Yeah, I don't think I need to read that part on the tone mapping. Because that's what I use and that's what's already implemented. Now this part might actually be... I should probably read. Hey Chandu, what am I reading? I am reading a paper that I found, Perceptual Effects in Real-Time Tone Mapping. Essentially, I'm looking to implement the effect of night vision and the effect of white balance. But this one looks like it's only going to touch night vision and not white balance. Thanks for following, Chandu. Which language? I'm doing in Godot, but I'm gonna write the shader in GLSL. The white balance, I might have to continue looking for any resource that might help me point me in the right direction for that. That one I'm probably going to have to do just on the CPU. Like every second or something, scan the screen and like detect what the white color should be and move towards that. But this one might be useful to get like night vision, and they say that your ability to resolve detail decreases in the dark as well, which I guess is true, but I thought that was just because it was dark, not because your eyes literally lose the ability to see detail. I thought we don't need to dig a lot, or that we don't need dig a lot when we have an Eigen. What's this paper called? It is Perceptual Effects in Real-Time Tone Mapping. That is, this first name is insane. I don't even know how to pronounce that. I could not attempt that. Yeah. This is like unpronounceable in American English. Grzegorz Krozik. Do you have a collection of papers? No, not really, but I like to read them when I find them, especially if they appear to be useful to me. I look very European. I am not. Well, I mean, I guess technically my mom's side is German, but her parents are like German heritage. They're not from Germany. Yeah, right now I'm just reading through this in silence because this would be way too much to read out loud. I would not be able to read this out loud. It is not important to faithfully model the process. So this to me reads like they're saying you don't even need to consider individual sensitivities of the cones. Okay. Maybe. Or 40k accounts blocked on Instagram. You know, I don't see that. I don't believe that. 9 hours? Yeah. I go about 10 hours every day. With of course a lunch break in the middle. My back hurts? Why does your back hurt? Just saying 10 hours of work. Well, I really enjoy this. And I'm fortunate to have some time to spend a lot of time doing this. So I'm trying to use as much of it as I have. What is that? An exponential decay function. Why is this the one thing that they don't demonstrate with a graph? I do too. I sit a lot. Somehow develop back pain. Hopefully I don't get back pain. I have a really nice chair that I got because I knew I'd be sitting a lot. So that's probably helpful. I want to see what that looks like. 1 minus e negative t, which I am just going to peg at like 60th of a second. I can probably use this one. Let me get that. They just do t over, what is this, like 0.4? How do I, wait, how do I, the actual, this is the time step. You do competitive programming? No. You're not the first one to ask that. Someone else asked that, I don't remember who, and I had never heard of that before. I have no idea what that is. Well, this just gets me a value. Is that even... not really. Maybe it is. No, that's just linear, isn't it? Yeah. Should I do 1 minus xe? No. I was hoping I could see what this might look like over time, but I don't know how to convert that to a formula that just works right away. Instagram stops counting close to 10K. If I count how long it took for me to block 10K, I'm very... If I... Okay. That's just crazy. I don't know, like, you would have to spend a lot of time doing that. I seem comfortable with math. I am. I really like, I do really like it. Adaptation dark is not simulated because the full process takes up to tens of minutes. So perform the adaptation symmetrically. I mean, yeah. I guess I could just pick whatever I want. If I block every ad page I see and other accounts I don't like, I can easily block over 100 a day. Yeah, but it's like 100 to 10,000. Or sorry, 40,000. I think you might like competitive programming. I mean, that's interesting, but I don't think I want to do that. I mean, I don't know. I'd have to look at it to see what it really is, but I'm not sure I would be. I'm not sure if I would enjoy that. Yeah. Only sharing, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've just never heard of it, but also, I don't know. I just like writing code. I mean, to me that sounds about the same as like competitive writing, I guess. Or competitive reading. The page break in my yeah. This is a crazy thing. Cycles per degree of the visual angle. What do they mean by cycles? Highest resolvable spatial frequency. The horizontal line marks the maximum displayable spatial frequency on a 15-inch. When they mean cycles, do they mean the highest frequency possible to visualize in such conditions is 22 cycles? The loss of visual acuity only for luminance below 0.5. CD meters squared. What is that to, what is this? I've seen this, but I can't. Right. Luminance. Are these the same? No, they're not. Incident on a surface. Luminance flux per solid angle per unit projected source area. These are luminance units. I haven't quite figured them out yet. They're just kind of weird. Godot has like 3 of them. Sky intensity is in nits. Directional lights are measured in lux, which I guess probably makes sense because you're not really applying that to and amounts of area. I guess that's why those are different. Then you have these which are in lumens. Check Discord. What? That doesn't say 40,000. Didn't you say 40,000? Or is that only how many it can load before it can no longer load? It stops after counting near 10,000. Oh, wow. So it just sits there, like, counts it, and then it just stops at some point. It probably hits a timer. It probably hits, like, some timer that's like it just stops counting. Because it takes too long. Alright, so... what about... Is this equivalent to SR? When they say SR. SR? Okay. I guess I won't know. It says between 98 and 93. Yeah, it's gotta be like a timer. That's just about how long it runs. Yeah, so this one I'm not quite understanding what they're talking about. Because I think they go a little too deep in, like, accounting for the size of the screen, the size of your pixels, or essentially just the size of your pixels, really. And then they have this function. How do they calculate the maximum? We assume 45 pixels per degree. It is important that the highest frequency possible to visualize in such conditions is 22 cycles. How do they get that value? How do they get 22 from 15? Is that just what's... Is that just half of 45? Is that what they're doing? Did you say 22 is half of 45? S. So S gives you... Yeah, I got it. So they compute S, and then they plug this into this formula. And this gives you essentially how much blur to apply. Right. Ugh. So width in pixels and FOV is a horizontal field of view in visual degrees. Hmm. Okay. Point 1. The thing is, I don't ever get that dark. The darkest I get is like 1,000. And they're at like, they start at 0.1. Yeah, I mean, I started at 1,000, so this graph would essentially tell me I don't have any scattering at all. Also, why does this reach 1? Oh, this isn't like a scale thing. I get it. It's not like this one. Huh. They do that. Okay. So they mention here that by the time you get to a level where you may want to imitate, or I guess perform this in RGB, you don't actually need to do that. You can just do it on one value and cast that to an RGB color, because it's just monochrome. color at that point. Okay. That's what they were talking about before with not having a need to simulate cones, I suppose, is what I got from that. Yeah. Because the cones are basically no longer... Color vision is already gone at that point. I mean, yeah, I'm going to want that for, like, bright light conditions, but... So this is something interesting that I could do. Let me just see right now what it looks like when I modify this value. It's the white value, so I'm going to change it to, I guess, a little bit earlier than this. Okay, maybe like 0.8 is probably fine. So essentially here, this is the key value that they're talking about, this white value. Although essentially past a certain point, it looks more like... Yeah, I can't see anything changing there. So let me actually go to noon then, I guess, and see how much of an effect it has here. So I see effect... I would say I see too much effect. Probably at this point. Like about 0.7. So I wonder if they use the same kind of value. Theirs is A, right? A is the key value. A times Y over that. Logarithmic average. Let me see. So this takes white, squares it. Then we take... This doesn't even include luminance, actually. This is just the color. Should I look into this? Because it might actually be good to do something where essentially this value goes up during daylight. I think I have it at 6. And then at night, this value would come down. Is that what they mean? Come down? How dark can I get? Here's pretty dark. I mean, I really see nothing until I get like super low. Now I start seeing something at like 0.2. I mean, does that really change anything? Does this look any different between that and 6? I guess it does. So maybe you would want to use a lower value? What does this look like? Like 0.5 to 6. They say like 0.8 to 6. I can't tell a difference. So maybe I don't do that, I guess. Where was I at? Here. I think it's even backwards actually, where I use a higher value for a darker image and a lower value for a brighter image. Wait, is this like, I don't know. I don't know what that is. What's this? The speed of adaptation depends on the light level, on the level of illumination in the scene. Okay. Pretty cool. I wonder where they got these values from. There's 1.05, 0.97, and 0.127. Because the weird thing to me is that the green is so low. I would have thought green would be higher than red. Maybe that's just to account for the luminance as well. Because green appears way brighter than red, so you need less of it, and you need a lot more red. No, because R comes first. I don't. Okay. That's probably why. But I still want to know where they got this value from. The constant coefficients for the monochrome account for the blue shift. They cite Hunt 1995. Can I find that? Can I find this? Also, oh, wait a second. Uh, 300 citations. I'm guessing that's why the values come like that. Because you need a lot of red visually. So, okay, yeah. NVIDIA GeForce 680 GT. Wait. Really? That's... Oh, wow. This is not looking very good. They pretty much only get 60 FPS at like 320 pixels. With like the lowest, or whatever these like, whatever. This is strange. It renders, oh no, that is faster, or slower. Okay. Really? If the time slice required. Do they link to their... Usually these guys actually... I've seen where they have like... It's like on GitHub or something. They have their code somewhere. Seems like they may not. I don't know how different the performance is between this one and what I have is. I guess I can look it up and get an idea of. Select this correctly though. Pace. How do I search? I guess that. What? It doesn't even show up? Or do I misunderstand what this is? Is this not a graphics card? It is a graphics card. Why is that red? Unplayable? Okay, so this is really... This is way lower on performance. I'm trying to see if I can... Do they list... I was wondering if there was like a count of how many CPUs it has or whatever it is. ...2004. When was this written? I thought this was like 2011. I thought this was like quite new. How old is this? ...2005. Okay. Never mind. You know, maybe okay. I might be getting a little crazy because now... No, gosh, not that kind of night vision. Okay. I'm never gonna find what I'm looking for searching for night vision. I guess I wonder why. Do any games do this? This is my real question now. Do any games do this? Let me search for so I remember seeing reshades. Some guy was doing like auto exposure and he said it was with reshade or something. The shader lightens or darkens the image depending on the average screen brightness. Okay, that's just auto exposure. Six years ago. You need a new playlist. I really like Minecraft music and Halo music and Doom music. I've been listening to that for a long time. Although usually I don't really listen to music. I only do it a lot now because I'm streaming. But I would just like kind of be in silence. Is this still live? It is. Delete nothing. Can I even read this? Lots of parameters. Surely not, right? Luminance, average luminance, adaptation, and then store average. Saturate. What does saturate do? Saturate clamps it to 1, right? That's what saturate does. Okay, this is just kind of weird. It's kind of doing a lot of stuff. Unity. Do they still have this? Why is it so bright? Surely Unity's website is not actually... What was this? Manual post-processing? Eye adaption? Why is it gone? Eye adaption. What do they mention? Eye adaptation. Eye adaptation. Exposure. Automatic. Do they have... I saw a white balance on their list. I wonder if I could look at what Unity has. White balance. I'm really all over the place looking at this stuff, but I feel like I kind of need to be. Yeah. Color temperature. This is what I still don't get. At least Unity does it, so I should be able to find their code, right? Adjust the temperature intent of an input in by the amount of inputs. Temperature intent. Okay. Ugh. XY chromaticity of the reference white point. Balance. Out would be multiplication of that matrix and LMS. LMS is the input color times that matrix. Those values are very small. Right, the in color times balance. What's W1? Okay, W1 is just the white color. Okay, I mean, I get that white balance is essentially just picking your white color and dividing it by that value, or multiplying it by the reciprocal of that value. My wonder was if I could get the color of a scene and use that to compute its temperature, and then use that to apply something. I don't know, I guess that's one approach. The approach that I would really like to go for is to have actually looking at each individual color response, the cones. But all I've been able to find is like a normalized graph, which is just to show you what it looks like, or like, but it's not the actual data. I haven't been able to find even a source to data. The source is just an even smaller, worse to use picture of a graph, which is also normalized, so it's useless. Well, I think I'm getting about to the end of this. This, I mean, I guess they actually have pretty good performance if I, give them the fact that they're running in this on 2004 hardware and they were hitting 60 FPS. I mean, at all. It is rather unfortunate that they don't have any of their own source code linked. They just simply say we have a lookup table. Yeah, implementing this would be yeah, essentially they just take their color, they multiply it by this. They essentially take a luminance value. So L, the tone mapped luminance, which I don't have that. I guess that's just a brightness multiplier, right? This, I don't use this equation. Logarithmic average of the luminance of the scene. Approximation of the adapting luminance. And A is the key value. The relative luminance are then mapped to the displayable pixel intensities L. We use to map a desired luminance level of the scene to the middle intensity of the display. I guess if I can figure out how I might be able to convert this to my actual tone map, that might allow me to determine what relative luminance, and I mean, maybe just relative luminance is just wait, so hang on. This is not mine. Yeah, this isn't quite the same. Because this is more of I don't know. I definitely just need to think about this longer and see if I can really use any of this or try to patch in instead of having, a cone response time, model that for each color individually as well. So you can develop that sort of our natural white balance that we have. Where if we're constantly being hit with, or I guess not constantly being hit, but like if we're in an orange area, which has a lack of blue light, our blue cones become more sensitive. Is that how that even works? How does that actually work? Because I've actually just realized these plots of light sensitivity are essentially just how much of a response you get from stimulus. It has nothing to do with how our interpretation of those change over time. I guess I could model sort of the opposite of this, the sensitivity of rods, because this comes from well, we would have a target sensitivity that we would move to. Okay, so they do change. Alright, well, I'll be thinking more about this. That's all for today. So yeah, thanks for watching, chatting, following. I really appreciate it. And I'll be back tomorrow with hopefully a game plan of what I'm going to do. Some concrete stuff. So yeah, goodbye.